Ah, look who's here. It hasn't been 20 minutes of an intro screen. Can you believe that, chat? I can't. World record, honestly, for this stream. Anyway, we're gonna get into some reacting here on the internet today. Welcome. It is August 11th, folks. August 11th. And I did something really stupid August 11th. Before I started stream, see, I have a herb vaporizer. Apparently, it is the coolest way to get high. That's what the kids are saying, you know. But anyway, just people on Reddit. But that doesn't matter. What does matter is I was filling it, and there was a bug flying around my fucking house, and my dumbass filled it up, and then tried to clap it together with the fucking on the fly. I tried to hit the fly or whatever it was with my hand, in both hands, mosquito. I tried to clap the mosquito, and I just hit my weed vaporizer just fucking all over the place. It was a horrible mess. That's how my day is starting. Also, I have not gone to bed tonight because, well, first of all, I've been waking up at like 4 p.m., which isn't ideal for the average person. But when you're unemployed, trying to stream, waiting for school to start last month, hey, it is what it is. But I thought I have not streamed in 4 days. I might as well put on the best performance of a lifetime, you know, and try to bring some faith back into the Twitch community. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, we have Lily Leashed here. He's unleashed currently. We got back-to-back Lily Unleashed, folks. So back-to-back, so I hope you're ready for a special episode of Lily Leashed. Let's see what he's got cooking up for us today. So his video we're going to watch first is the MP leaving the Conservative Party is not what you think. People leave, some dude, I guess, transferred over to the Libs, the winning side. But let's hear why it's not what we think,
Larry Brock
folks.
is the latest Conservative MP to leave Pierre Poilievre's party, but no, it's not what you think. Hi, I'm Brian.
Is it not?
Political columnist for the
Looks
Toronto
like
Sun.
the Conservatives
Larry Brock
suck.
is the 7th Conservative MP to leave since the April 2025 election. It's not good news for Pierre Poilievre, but it's not what many people are thinking. Brock is not crossing the floor to join the Liberals. And no, he did not take an appointment from the Carney government, although one was offered. And finally, no, despite what some ill-informed, uneducated people will have you believe, he's not cashing in on a big fat MP's pension to go retire at this point.
Why does he get a pass on the pension, but every other politician like Carney, Justin Trudeau, everyone's like, I'll get his pension.
Larry Brock is...
Yeah, he works, you know.
Pension to go retire at this point. First off, Larry Brock has been an MP for less than 5 years, and you need to be an MP for 6 years to get a pension. And at 6 years as a backbench opposition MP, you're not going to make that much money. Is it a nice supplement to whatever else you might have? Sure. But you're not going to be living in the lap of luxury at 25 to 30.
Do you think these people, these hardworking people who went into the government, seriously went into the government to make money? Come on, Brian. He's doing it for the love of the game, obviously.
$30,000 a year on a pension. My goodness, what do people think these guys make? Apparently, they think they make far more than they do. But let's go back to the beginning. Is Brock crossing the floor as Matt Genereux and others, Michael Maude did before them, Chris D'Entremont? No, he's not crossing the floor, and he has never, to my knowledge, thought about crossing the floor.
Who cares about this guy, by the way?
The Liberals did dangle the idea of a judicial appointment in front of Larry Brock. Now, I don't know Larry Brock. I don't believe we've ever spoken, but I do know the full backstory from speaking to people who were part of this story, who know what happened. And Larry Brock was approached by the Liberals, and they dangled the idea of a judicial appointment in front of him.
How dare they? I don't know what that means, but
he didn't sit there and say,
not the judicial
I'd
appointment.
Like to be a judge. He's a former Crown prosecutor. He went to Conservative Whip Chris Workington, and he went to Conservative House Leader Andrew Scheer and told them, What happened? Now, some people are sitting there saying, wait a minute, the criminal code makes it an offense to offer someone a bribe or an inducement to take a job in order to step down from an elected position. That's true. But how do you get around that? Well, it wasn't a direct offer of...
What? Is that the take here? They're bribing them? They're bribing them by being a shitty salaried employee with shitty benefits?
Hey, you step...
What a con.
...down, we'll appoint you as a judge. It was more along the lines of, hey, Larry, you're really smart. Have you ever thought of applying to be a judge? You have to apply to be a judge at the federal level. And the Liberals were trying to entice Brock to leave based on those terms. Why would they do that? Because they knew that this man, who had been a Crown prosecutor until he was elected in 2021, had a limited time window. Brock's leave of absence from his job as Crown prosecutor was coming to an end. He either had to stay on as an MP or leave and go back and return as a Crown prosecutor. He's decided to do the latter. Now, it would be...
Was it Tuesday? We might have more Lily Unleashed. This sold last week, Lily's
Brock to apply for a federal judge position as well, but it's unlikely to happen. And he's not being given a quid pro quo on this. He is simply going back. Now, if you've watched Larry Brock at committee, as I have,
that land for also, this is not I can see this chair, the cuck chair in the corner, Brian Lilly. I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry to expose you like this. Brian, get your cuck chair out
for society
out of the corner,
or for
Brian.
His community of Brantford Brant.
Brian, please. Please hide your cuck chair next time you're filming a professional video, please.
Brock is a smart man when it comes to the law. That's why the Liberals tried to entice him, saying, Larry, you're so smart. Why don't you become a judge? He's not the type of judge they would want. He's not even the type of Crown prosecutor they would want. But if you believe in justice, if you believe in cracking down on criminals, then he's the type of Crown prosecutor you would want. He might even be the type of judge that Doug Ford would want, though I doubt that Doug Ford is going to put his hands on that hot potato at this point and try and appoint him to a provincial judicial appointment. Yes, there are two different judicial appointments. Federal
this is a hot judge provincial. Commodity right here.
I don't expect Brock to be getting one of those anytime soon, although would I be disappointed if Larry Brock were to be made a judge? Absolutely not. But I want to be clear. Brock was offered a judicial appointment in a roundabout way months ago. He didn't take it because the man has integrity. The man decided to report it instead to the superiors, the leadership within the provincial or the federal party around Pierre Poilievre. He told them what was going on, and he didn't listen to what the Liberals were saying.
Wow.
In the end, he's going back to be a Crown prosecutor, to serve his community in that way. And on that front, he can probably do more than he can as an MP. He's done a lot already.
I don't understand. Why, if I'm this guy, why would I not take the cushier job, better job? Because I hate the Liberals so bad? I don't understand.
He led the charge on getting bail reform and was successful at that. And for that, anyone that cares about a sound judicial system should be thankful to Larry Brock for what he has done. As for his future, we'll wait and see. Perhaps it'll be there. But at the end, one has to question why the rest of the media hasn't followed up on something that I reported back in April, which was that the Liberals were offering judicial appointments as a way to try and get Conservative MPs to step down so they could force a by-election. Is there a chance the Liberals win Brantford Brant South? Yeah, they could.
Is that true? Is that the whole strat? Brian, I think this will reach, Brian. I'm sorry. The fact that no one else picked it up and you're the only psycho spilling this, even the fact that he self-reported to his own Conservative caucus members and they're not making a big fuss about it, it's just you. Could tell you something, Brian. I don't know. Seems like a witch hunt.
I think it will happen after 18 years under the Conservatives. Probably not, but they have a chance. So the Liberals have been...
Enough of this, Brian. Thank you. Amazing video. Let's get on to
Canada's economy is doing...
Yes, Canada's economy. Canadian economics, everybody. How are you feeling, folks? How's your economy? Are you booming? Are you busting? How's your portfolio doing, everyone? Anyway, Lily Leash, welcome back. Is Canada's economy doing awesome? Question mark. So we're going to listen to these people talk about economics. I'm a finance major, so if you're here to learn about what they're saying and why it's wrong or why it's right for all the wrong reasons, maybe they're using the truth to lie. We'll figure it out.
Canada's economy is doing awesome because everything is awesome when you're part of the team, right? Hi,
awesome.
I'm Brian Lilly, political columnist for the Toronto Sun. If you saw much of the reaction to the jobs numbers that were released last week, you would have thought Canada's economy was on fire. Hey, we produced 75,000 new jobs. The Americans just a third of that, 23,000, not even a third of that, 23,000 new jobs in the American.
Can we just start here for a second, everybody? If you're new to the channel, we know that jobs are not anything to be excited about in a capitalist economy because jobs just mean exploitation, right? If you are a socialist, you understand exploitation as a concept. You're going to be exploited at work. So jobs, this whole thing about job growth isn't necessarily great unless you're a capitalist because you're going, wow, I can hire all these more productive workers and still make record profits. This is great for me.
Economy, we are doing way better than the Americans, and we're sticking it to Donald Trump.
Are we?
Is that true? Not exactly.
Oh, I'm sticking it.
Let me bring in Dr. Eric Kam. He is a professor of economics at Toronto Metropolitan University. You may know it better as Ryerson.
Who is this? Eric Kim. Let's just do a quick little wiki search, shall we, about who this person is? Search. Faculty of Economics. Lily Unleashes on Yahoo Canada. Let's see what he's got here. Where are you? That's not him, is it? Eric Kim? Where is he? Where is he? Eric Kim, Economic Theory. Digital scare. I don't care. Never mind. This is stupid. Eric Kim, welcome to the broadcast.
But I won't ask you about that, Dr. Kam.
Lily Leash.
Let me ask you instead about the economic numbers. Our jobs numbers, let me just bring this up. Labor force survey. We are at an unemployment rate.
Not that I'm anybody, but I'm just saying. This economist is here to spout some neoliberal right-wing
labor
free
force
market
survey.
shit, right?
We are at an unemployment rate of 6.4%. And we're supposed to think that is a good thing. The Americans, meanwhile, are at an unemployment rate of 4.2%. And even if we convert ours to theirs, we're at 5.4% in their view, in their measurements. How are we beating them?
For me?
We're not really beating them, Brian, and thanks for the invitation. I mean, okay, this is where you have to parse out and nuance numbers. So that, by the way, that was a wonderful speech you gave off the top, none of which was true, but it was a wonderful speech about the job numbers.
Meaning that they're so great?
No, they're not so great at all, but they are positive. So let's first of all dive into this 75,000 number, right?
Okay,
first of all, they said it's 4 times what any economist was expecting. Well, what economist? Because no one I spoke to thought it was going to be that high. So the evidence to me, and I actually did look into this, looks like a few rebound effects, right? So if you wanted to kind of put it in a bowl, I'd say, why does this look good on paper? First of all, some of the growth is just bounce back from a ridiculously weak first quarter, because we know that Q1 was depressed by motor vehicle plants that were shutting. Oil and gas investment dropped abruptly, and government spending unexpectedly declined from where it was. So as those are reversing, you'll see Q2 mechanically looking a little bit better. Number 2, for better or for worse, our relationship with the United States is kind of coming to an equilibrium. It's not a good equilibrium, but it's an equilibrium. People are getting used to where exports and imports are falling. They know that this trade war is just not going anywhere anytime soon. So energy and non-commodity exports have strengthened. And because the U.S. economy remains relatively strong, it doesn't matter what you read, that's true, Canadian firms are getting stronger as American firms get stronger because of geography and because we're their closest trading partner, no matter what the Prime Minister wants you to believe. Also, there's a currency effect, right? The weaker Canadian dollar is improving our export competitiveness. Everyone knows if you want to increase exports, you tank the dollar. And so that's where we are.
Yes, we've learned this in finance, because that means that your labor is cheaper, everybody. That means that you work for less money, which means more exploitation, right? So that's good. That's a good thing. Your dollar's cheaper so that you can work harder for less money, so that some capitalist asshole can profit still. That's great.
We know that the policy rate is still quite low, 2.25%. Now, that's
the Bank of, just for people that aren't economic nerds like you and me, that's the Bank of Canada
Brian is
policy
such a
rate. Their overnight interest rate.
Nerd.
Right. Literally the rate that they lend out money to other banks. And then every other interest rate is set from that. And so it's still low. And while that doesn't instantly create a boom, and especially for those people that are going to renew mortgages that are much higher than they were during the pandemic, but lower rates gradually reduce the constraints on consumer spending and housing and business borrowing. And then finally,
but the other thing is, about lower interest rates is that interest rates are kind of treated as like an anti-inflationary thing, and it's not really like that. Point them up and down wherever you want. But like, sure, people have more money in their pocket, they're gonna spend more. That's inflationary. People don't have enough money in their pocket, they're gonna save and not spend. This is deflationary. But so the whole talk about economics, sure, this is a great whoopie fucking do, but
consumers and consumption, which is household spending, has kind of returned back to pre-pandemic levels. Now, so debt is through the roof.
Oh, well, of course.
The associated consumption is high. It hasn't collapsed like some people thought it would. So I would say,
in the face of tariffs, you mean?
Yeah, in the face of tariffs. So what I would do is
well, the thing is like the tariffs, you're going to feel it at the consumer level, but I feel like they're much more of a burden for companies, obviously. Even if they're passing it on to the consumer, it's like they have a higher competitive price to put out. And at the end of the day, you're not really fixing anything.
Say, if someone says, is Canada booming? No, Canada's not booming.
We're stagnating.
The Canadian rate of economic deterioration has stopped.
We're like always around zero.
That's what the data would show us, that massive deterioration may have bottomed out. But let's put a big asterisk beside this, Brian. One strong month does not dictate that Canada has a strong economy. You mentioned our unemployment rate, and we really should dive into that, because you said 6.4%. And while I take a breath, I'll tease you by saying it's way higher than that.
Please tease me.
Okay, I'll ask you about that in a moment.
Tease me. Let's see what Canada's unemployment rate 2026. Let's see what the most recent 6.4% 4 days ago. 6.4%. You're going to say it's much higher than that? I mean, sure. Let's say there's noise. Let's say it's just let's say there's some deviation. The thing everyone has to understand about unemployment is cooked into capitalism. You need an army of the unemployed to drive down wages. Desperate workers. You need a pool of desperate people looking for work.
But let me ask,
so you could always turn over, and there's always a worker available. It's like, what are you gonna do?
About what the cheerleaders were saying last week, and I don't want to cheer against the Canadian economy. Let's be clear. I want the Canadian economy to do well, because if the Canadian economy is doing badly, that means me, my neighbors, my friends, my family are doing poorly. But 6.4%, we're cheering that we're down to 6.4%. We have been over 6% unemployment for well over 2 years. That's long before Donald Trump became president. That's long before his tariff threat entered the scenario.
And that's just called, I think this is just the monopolization of the economy, the oligarchy that we live in. Yeah, companies all the time put more investments into their machinery, into their production, so that they can lay off workers, right? So when they can lay off more people and keep producing and be more productive and efficient, of course you're going to have a lot of layoffs. And Canada lives in this super monopolistic society where we only have like 4 fucking big chains in any industry, or 2.
Stats Canada publishes a guide for how to, compare our unemployment rate to the Americans, because we do measure differently. So we can't just say, well, they're at 4.2% and we're at 6.4%. We count 15-year-olds in ways that they don't. So
we count the youth.
Our rate, translated into their measurement.
So it's a little higher as we include a bigger number of the pool.
Would come out at about 5.4%.
Okay.
We're still 1.2% above them.
Sure.
And we've got Canadians saying, see, we're stronger than them. That's the government line. I don't know how you say that when, month after month, even on a good month like this, where, yes, we created more jobs than they did, both in terms of, a per capita basis, but also in just real numbers.
I did not create any jobs. We did not create anything, me and you, Brian Lilly. Some capitalist was like, okay, sure, I can hire more people now. A large majority of the economy went, all right, I'll hire some more people right now. Great.
Created more jobs. How do we turn around and say, but we're better than them with a higher unemployment rate?
Well, we know that this government and its leader do not have a strong aversion to fiction. And that's my nice way of not using the L word, because exactly what you're saying is true.
News. Even if you say they're not familiar with the 8th commandment against lying.
Yeah, that's a very good one too. And I'm sure there's a couple more they've broken, but we'll let that go. Look, you're right. We do compare unemployment a little bit differently between the two countries. But one of the ways that Canada sneaks things is by what it includes, ergo what it doesn't include in the unemployment rate that America does. And what Canada leaves out are 2 really important statistics. Number one it's called the discouraged worker hypothesis, which is we know that a lot of people are looking for work, and a job search no longer takes a few days. It can take a few months.
Sure.
And a lot of people, Stats Can have reported, are becoming discouraged with their search, and they drop out, mostly because of the psychic and the mental costs of being unemployed. And you can only knock on so many doors and windows and send emails. And so you drop out.
No one goes and knocks on doors.
The minute you drop out, you're gone from the unemployment rate, and it makes the unemployment rate look better. And we know that that's thousands of people that are basically unreported. Another little trick our government has that the U.S. doesn't play.
Yeah, totally. I mean, sure. You can manipulate data any way you want. This is a certain way to measure the unemployment rate. Is it perfect? No. Is it a perfect model? Probably not. Is it misleading? Sure. It's definitely misleading. Because there are way more workers out there in Canada that are disgruntled, out of the job, transitioning, training. So how many people do you want to include in the unemployment people? Because we include the 15-year-olds. So if we're including the 15-year-olds up to the 15-year-olds, why would it taking out the disgruntled people matter? Because aren't the 15-year-olds also disgruntled in a certain sense? I don't know. See, this is what the thing.
As soon as you are employed, you get a T4. You drop out of the unemployment rate. Sure. So what about part-time work? We know part-time work is up. Well, of course it is, because there's no benefits, there's no pension, it's precarious.
It's more exploitation.
So part-time work is
exploitation.
Up. But what about what we call the underemployed? Those part-time workers that not just would like, but need full-time work. They are not in the statistic either, Brian, and it's...
Okay. This is also my problem, because these groups overlap in a certain sense. So I can understand why they're taken out or not filed, right? In this way, because you're gonna be detailing all of these different categories for the same people of different unemployment types.
It's my belief that if you put those two together, discouraged workers, part-time workers looking for full-time work, that 6.4 jumps significantly.
Sure.
Which brings me to my point about Ontario, because Ontario in the Ford government,
8%.
they're out there, thumping their chest that, hey, we had the biggest, we're the biggest driver of new employment in Canada right now.
Oh, yeah,
52,000 new jobs created. Okay, let's break it down. And you can find this in the StatsCan numbers. It's all public. I'm not inventing this. Please go look yourself. That was driven by, I believe it was about a 13,000 full-time job losses.
This is good.
And then the difference being the number of part-time jobs, more than 65,000 part-time jobs added. And it works out to whatever the numbers are, it works out to 52,000 jobs. That's all driven by part-time growth.
Yes.
It's what the union sector used to call McJobs all the time. That was their favorite way of describing it for years. Look, a part-time job is better than no job quite often. Not always, but often. And perhaps it's a way to a full-time job. But it's not the same as a full-time job.
Come on.
No, it's not. And as I said, there's no benefit. There's no pensions. It's precarious at best. The employer and the employee are only moderately related to each other. So the cost of separation is quite low. And full disclosure, I voted for the premier 3 times. And I don't appreciate when the premier says things that are wrong. The only province in this country that is making significant gains is Alberta. And I say that not to suck up to the lovely people of Alberta, because I've been many times, but it is.
I love how it's always like a people thing. The people of Alberta, you're doing great. You're bringing in so many jobs. It's like the people of Alberta didn't do anything to bring those jobs in. Like the fucking 3 oil companies or whatever it is, the corporations. That's all they did. Was they hired X percentage more people.
Just
good job.
A fact. Some of the tumors that are affecting our economy that the government doesn't talk about, like weak productivity growth, like housing affordability, like terribly weak business investment, and of course the weak GDP growth per capita. Those first 3, productivity, affordability, business investment, you might want to go over to Alberta because they're actually doing quite well. And they're only going to be doing quite better if more companies like Meta decide to drop billions of dollars into their economy. So I'm not exactly sure where the Premier of Ontario is getting these numbers. And let me throw in one more little trick the government's playing. They're talking about now how GDP growth per person seems to be doing better. I would ask people to remember that GDP growth per person is just GDP growth divided by the population. So after Trudeau destroyed the immigration system and let in 500,000 people a year for 10 years, now we've choked that off. And they're saying, well, look at per capita growth. It's getting so much better. Really? The numerator's doing nothing. The denominator's going down. And then they're going, but look, the fraction goes up. Yeah. Once you know how a magic trick is done, Brian, it's not that interesting anymore.
Well, they
yeah, sure.
They denounced the idea of GDP per capita.
But these things, these measures of the economy and what is how is Canada's economy doing for Canadians? That's like the whole thing, right? Canada's economy for Canadians is doing horrible. You know why? Because it's a capitalist economy. That's the fucking problem. That's the reason it's so shitty, why there's so much unemployment and inflation. There's no sort of any controls or public restraint, dictated by the people to be like, hey, enough of this debt shit, enough of this market shit. None of us workers voted for this shit. We didn't agree to go to your war. We didn't agree to sign up for your debts. The tax dollars that you spent on my behalf, fuck you. No thanks. But that's not happening under a capitalist economy.
During the entire time that the immigration numbers were going through the roof and people,
Bro, I gotta step outside, bro. I'm getting hot catching Lily. I'm getting hot leashing up Brian. All right. A little better. I can't believe it's still so hot in my house. One heat wave and my house is just cooking forever.
Like me, like you, were saying, hey, wait a minute. This is kind of a bad metric. We should pay attention. Oh, don't pay attention to that. Now they're saying, see, it's better. Look,
how would they
you don't blame the scorpions for stinging you.
It's
what they do.
That's
but you have to know that they're going to sting you. And that's my view of politicians of all stripes. You mentioned Alberta doing better. I'll just say this, 12-month year over year, Ontario has added 108,300 jobs. Alberta, which is less than a third of the size of Ontario, 91,000 jobs.
Wow.
I mean, that is a very telling statistic. But Dr. Cam, let me just
have we not just seen giant, massive Alberta deals?
Bring up a couple of other numbers here.
AI
I just got to scroll up to them.
Sure, makes a
in
lot
terms
of sense.
of where jobs are showing up, manufacturing still going down. We've had thousands of job losses in manufacturing, actually tens of thousands of job losses in manufacturing since Mark Carney became prime minister.
This is insane. This is an insane
Mark Carney's done nothing for the manufacturing
automation.
sector, and it's no wonder that people are charging out of here as fast as they can.
That's
I think
the problem.
There's two really strong reasons for it. One is domestic, knowing that our productivity growth is so bad, our business investment is so bad, and we don't seem to want to offer the incentives to these companies to grow or stay. And so that brings me to the external. The United States has always been and continues to be much more generous in their seduction of companies into their country. They offer what people call sweetheart deals. They offer huge tax incentives. They offer payroll incentives. And companies in Canada are finally getting the message. They're looking around, they're taking the temperature and saying, given the business investment, given the productivity growth, given the GDP growth per capita, why are we staying here? For what? We're grossly overtaxed. We don't see that changing anytime soon. And the grass looks greener south of the 49th. And generally they're right. So you can't blame companies for going where they're going to thrive. And right now, Canada, I know that the government says we're open for business and we're a country that you can thrive, but that's just words. You've got to show statistics and they're not there.
Just so I can, clarify for folks who might be looking at the numbers and saying, Lily, you're lying again, and you're not telling the truth. One, I never lied. Two,
okay, that's cap.
We added 11,000 manufacturing jobs last month. We had lost 17,000 the month before that. So there is wide fluctuation, but we've lost 52,000, or I guess now 40 odd thousand manufacturing jobs just since Mark Carney became prime minister in April of 2025. The biggest increase year over year is 126,400 jobs in healthcare and social assistance.
And listen, the big lie about jobs is that somehow more jobs means better for everybody. Not true at all. It means better for the capitalists because they can afford to hire more people and exploit them. But you're still going to get a shitty wage that's basically the average, and it's going to be eaten away by taxes, cost of living, and inflation. And then some asshole who you worked for all day is going to collect all of that surplus value and keep it to himself. That is why you're lying, Brian Lilly. That's the lie.
And so while
that's the big lie.
When you look at public administration, which would be core public service, that's going down. Healthcare and social assistance in Canada is still a government job, and that is by far the biggest growth sector. That is not the sign of a healthy economy.
It's the size of a disastrous economy. And I'm not going to waste your time or the listeners' time hearing me rail against socialism. I think I'm kind of well documented as being about as anti-socialist as anybody can be in the media. And that's tangential.
He's coming after us, Chad. Coming after me.
We know that the healthcare system and the education system in this province of Ontario are collapsing under their own weight.
Yeah, maybe because it's under a fucking shitty private system. Maybe it's because people like Doug Ford and Daniel Smith constantly cut fucking funding to these programs.
And so how can you blame professionals practicing, especially in medicine, from going to the United States, where there is, frankly, much higher salaries, much less hours having to work, nurses having much better conditions. And I know this from talking to doctors and nurses who have moved. People have Brian, it's really sad that and I do blame the Prime Minister for this a little bit. I blame all Canadian politicians, is that there has been this thing going around that the United States healthcare system is awful and terrible and horrible.
Don't defend private healthcare on Toronto's Sun, dude. Don't you fucking dare defend the horrific USA private system. That is outdated. It is the most shitty fucking system in the West. You have to pay out the nose just to have any sort of health. You have to be rich. In order to have healthcare, you just have to be rich or well off or middle class. Because if you're poor, you're going to die, son. Oh, you got really injured, or sick. That's a lifetime amount of debt. Oh, you don't have that money? GG. Please do not, dude. This is crazy.
It has its blemishes, but so too does Canada. And so I'm getting tired of people saying, well, the Canadian system is so much stronger. No, the Canadian system covers more people than the American system. But if you are covered in the American system, and you are a professional who has health care either privately or funded by your employer, you would be amazed at the quality of health care in the United States. So
isn't that the whole problem? Hey, if you can afford it, it's amazing. Yeah. Unfortunately, lots of people can't afford to pay out massively expensive medical bills on a shit salary.
It's like you always say, you've got to parse through the fables to get to the truth. And the truth is that until Canada starts showing some growth, real significant supply side growth in GDP, which is just the sum of all spending, and potential GDP, which is how many goods and services the country could produce, what reason is there really to stay unless you want to stay close to family and friends in Canada?
What I always tell my American friends who ask about the healthcare system is, it's great once you get in. Getting in is the problem, and getting through the triage and the rationing is horrible. The actual amount that we spend as a percentage of our healthcare spending in terms of public dollars versus private dollars is fairly comparable between Canada and the United States. We just apportion them differently. The idea that our system is 100% public and theirs is 100% private.
Oh no, our system would crush so much harder if it was 100% public. Oh my God.
We're both living in fallacies, if you believe that. Let me ask you one last thing, Eric, and that is about an issue that hits close to home for so many Canadians.
Hey, hitting me close.
We've got the consumer price index. We'll get new numbers, I think, early next week.
Okay.
But the most recent numbers in July showed, oh, well, great. Inflation's down to 2.8%. But the number one thing that we all can't live without is food. Price of gas goes up and down. That impacts the consumer price index, the inflation number.
Yeah.
We can decide not to drive. Everyone. We can take measures to drive less, to drive more fuel efficiently.
An electric
we all
car,
need to
Brian.
eat, though. And, the government's celebrating that food inflation was down to...
Actually, under a market system, a private system, when there's scarce food, people who can afford it get it. That's how the system should work, according to this dumb fuck and his dummy economist.
Just 3.9% in June, compared with 4.3% in May. And when you go over the past several years, food is up more than 30%. Just last month, fresher frozen chicken, the cheapest of the proteins, up 5.7%, on top of all the other increases it's faced. This is where people are feeling it.
Who controls the prices, Brian? Who? Not the government. No one controls the prices except for capital owners. Capitalists set their prices. They want maximum profit. They're not going to eat into their own maximum profits so that you can afford food. Are you stupid?
Oh, absolutely. It really, all you have to do is walk around a grocery store and you see prices that you can't believe. I always use this narrative, and it's true. Full disclosure, I'm a professor. My wife is a teacher in the TDSB. That's about the two most secure jobs you can have. And you'd be amazed how many things in the grocery store we walk right by because I'm not prepared to pay that for that I used to pay half. No, it's very unfortunate what's going on. One day we could even dedicate a whole other talk to why government runs supermarkets. That's called the free market.
I thought you loved the free market. That's the free market at work, baby.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard, and I'm not stuttering. That's true. You know what the government does about this too? A lot of our theme is, what does the government do? Well, first of all, they forget to tell you that these are month over month statistics. They don't do that. They should, because that's compounding the problem month over month. That's number one. And number two, they keep coming up, like unemployment, with new statistics to measure CPI, right? The Consumer Price Index. And they come up with core and semi-core, and they come up with, let's take out durables. They're just taking out the things that make the number look the worst. Listen. So I've seen many different CPI measures. And if you look at the bottom of the asterisk, it says we've removed food and gasoline and natural gas. So you've removed the most important parts, what we call with the lowest elasticity, where people have no choice but to buy these things. But you've taken them out of the statistic. Congratulations, it looks better.
Is that what happened? Where are they pulling this from? Do they know that they took out? Does it say they took out these data points? That's how the model works? You can critique any fucking statistical model you want. It's all gonna suck. The CPI is based on a 4-income household. No, that's crazy. A 4-person household, 2 double income, 2 kids. Tell me how many people still live like that. That doesn't include a fuck ton of singles people.
You've got to drive. You got to heat your home. You got to eat.
Can be critiqued like this.
So we're just basing it off of cheaper computers.
Yeah, you're basing it off of
cheaper NVIDIA cards.
Yes, cheaper computers.
Cheaper
you're basing it off of the fact that car prices have fallen a little bit, not a lot. They cherry pick all statistics. And by the way, all governments do it. You cherry pick the numbers that you want to show off and you hide the rest.
Yeah, of course.
But it's most telling because people get numbers. And to your point, they look at these numbers.
That's not
and
true.
Most
Nobody
people
gets numbers.
don't see where they come from sometimes. But Canadians en masse aren't stupid. And when they see numbers like 2 and 3% inflation, but they can't afford to buy meat at the grocery store, they know they're being lied to.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I've noticed is, as someone who loves to eat beef as often as I can, and it's not as often as I'd like, is the cuts that you do get at the butcher counter in the supermarket. No, I'm not going to a fancy butcher here, Eric. I'm going to the Loblaws or the Metro.
Strikes again.
The cuts that you get are thinner and they're cheaper. So they're not the good cuts anymore. And if you do get the good cuts,
dude,
it's down to this.
It hurts.
It's tiny.
It does.
Why? Because they know the sticker shock. If they put something out that's too high, nobody's buying it. But maybe they'll get you if they put out a really thin cut of steak or a really thin pork chop or something, and then they'll people will say, "Yeah, okay, I'll buy that," not realizing that it's essentially shrinkflation. So
it's you know what? Really quickly, I was at a store today. I won't mention which one, but a grocery store, and I was looking at steaks.
Okay,
and
so it's only one of like 3. Loblaws, Safeway, Walmart. Am I forgetting one? Sobeys.
He said, "Oh my gosh, steaks must be on a ridiculous sale. I've never seen them this cheap in years." And my wife goes, "Look what the label says, fast fry," which means they're the size of a sheet of paper.
Yep. Yep. And that is a big thing. Look, I don't blame the grocery stores for doing it. They've got to deal with the prices that they get, and then they've got to find a way to make it palatable to the rest of us. There's a lot of government policy behind some of these price increases.
Oh, yeah,
that's a topic.
Should the government step in so these greedy corporations aren't allowed to fuck you at when you're paying for your groceries with shrinkflation, giving you less food for more money? How do you feel about that, Brian? Is that too much government intervention for you? Is that too much communism, Brian?
For another day. Dr. Eric Kam, thanks so much for your time today.
What a banger.
Stay healthy, Brian.
All right,
what a banger, dude. That was Lily Unleashed, everybody. Classic. Let's keep going with our Canadian corner here. Let's keep it rolling with the Canadian corner. Bro, no ad block on Firefox is rough. All right, everybody, it's time for another Power in Politics. But first, I'm going to pee my pants. Power and poop. Poop and pee politics. PP and PPP. Be right back. Yeah. Might have to refill my drink. I should be fine. All right. Let's get this power politics panel on the road, shall we? Apparently there's some criticism from the old conservatives in this one, so we will like to listen to what the old conservatives are saying now about old Carney and the government. All right, let's roll.
Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is calling on the Prime Minister to show more, quote, backbone in U.S. trade talks, writing a letter to Carney over the weekend saying,
he wrote him a letter.
For the past year and a half, you have backed down to one American demand after another while getting nothing in return, with concession after concession. This comes as part of Poilievre's push to change Carney's approach as Canada hunts for a tariff-free deal.
What we are saying is that Canada has leverage. Let's use it.
Like
no
what,
more caving,
though?
no more unilateral concessions without any gains in return. Use our leverage at the table to get the win.
I don't think Pierre got the balls to do that to old buddy Trump. They're best buddies.
For more on the
Trump will
Conservatives'
fucking make
approach,
a
I'm
fool
joined
out of
by
him.
Alberta MP and Conservative critic for Canada-U.S. relations, Shuvaloy Majumdar. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate that. Pierre Poilievre was out today talking about finding positive leverage. What is that, and what does that look like?
It's a great question. I mean, for the last year and a half, we had the chance to really build the strength of this country in the face of these unjustified tariffs.
He's an Alberta MP. Oh, God, this is going to be bad.
None of us agree with the fact that President Trump uses Canadians like a punching bag.
And by that, I mean amazing.
That's why Conservatives called on major decisions to increase our domestic strength. It meant hardening our borders, animating our defense sector, proposing a strategic minerals and energy supply for tariff-free access to the United States and to others, to unleash our resources and repeal anti-development legislation that is locking away trillions of dollars of investment our economy needs. And
this is like Pierre's line, right? The valuable minerals, the rare earths, folks, the rare earths. They're called rare earths. Okay, rare earths. I can't. I don't know how. I can't. But anyway, they just think that it's gonna just unlock Canada to be like some sort of global power. It's not happening. Whoever's pushing this on the Pierre side he's just in the pocket of whoever owns that company, guaranteed.
That would increase supply between Canada and the United States.
Same way Daniel Smith is fucking always rallying for oil.
All of the big decisions, the transformational things that Pierre Poilievre had recommended since the election and well beyond, that Conservatives have been prepared to vote for day in, day out.
Listen, the Liberals have been doing all the defense shit. They love the defense shit right now.
All of those decisions were ones that have been squandered over the last year and a half by the Prime Minister. He's resulting in a weak negotiation with the United States where, as you noted, concession after concession after concession has been on display. We want to win for Canadian auto workers, lumber workers, steel workers, and aluminum workers. We want
what concession though? What
and an end to the anxiety that
I'm just gonna be honest. Like, what concession stands out where it's like, oh, Carney, it sucked. You just ate it on that one. The bridge deal, like, I really don't understand which concession is it.
As a result of this cost of waiting. So those are the types of things that I think could have been focused on over the last year and a half.
One thing that we've seen with the Trump administration, it has been consistent in that all of the new trade deals that either announces or it signs, each one, the country that the agreement is with, they have to still face some form of tariff. It could be the tariff is lower, but there's some sort of tariff involved. Do you take a look at that and put that into the consideration with the way you criticize the Carney government to say, do you think that there is a realistic place Canada can land with no additional tariffs before Donald Trump returns to office?
That's a fair question to ask the Prime Minister and to the government.
No fucking way.
Let me take your question at its face as well. Canada and the United States are at an inflection point. This is a once-in-a-generation negotiation. For the first time in 40 years, we're renegotiating our North American context. That's been what's happening over the last few years. This has been predictable for us. What that means is that while one arrangement, which was formed at the end of the Cold War with the end of the Soviet Empire,
a tragedy.
A new arrangement is being formed for North America, and arrangements around the world are being negotiated, to your point. As a result of the rise of Beijing, their challenge to our supply chains, the weaponization of their commerce, of energy,
I love that. Their supply chains are scary. Yeah, we helped build their fucking supply chains. What do you think happened? North American investment went to China for their cheap labor.
Technology of investment. What that would have meant for Canada is to actually take these negotiations seriously and to remember that our geography defines our national and economic security. We are North America. We've always had an exceptional arrangement with the United States, spanning Republican and Democrat administrations and Congresses. That's the task the Prime Minister signed up for a year and a half ago.
Alberta
that's
part
a
of
task
America.
that we understand as conservatives we had to meet in this moment for our people. And that's why we should always be pursuing an exceptional arrangement in North America for the Canadian worker, for Canadian families, and for Canadian sovereignty.
When you say take these negotiations seriously, what specifically do you mean?
What do you want?
The Carney government is taking the negotiations seriously?
I'm not confident, based on what I'm hearing or what you might be hearing and what I'm hearing in reports, that we're seeing anything materially different from what was on the table back in October. I don't understand what these so-called negotiations have produced that's materially different over the last year and a half, what gains have been won for Canadians. All we have seen are concessions after concessions after concessions, whether it's rightful ones like on the defense defense of our border, the thickening of our border.
That's like the line, right? That's whoever made that in the boardroom. I'm not sure if it's going to hit. Concession. They really want that to stick.
Or
that's for sure.
Repealing the Netflix tax, or wrongful ones like the Gordie Howe Bridge, where we're paying the Americans before we could pay back ourselves for the debt.
Oh, the Netflix tax. Yeah, that's pretty shit, to be honest. You should be taxing companies. But this fucking a corporate piece of shit should be like, oh my God. Like, this conservative is so stupid, because he should be like, yes, we cut taxes for American companies so they'll invest in Canada. That's what the conservative approach should be. We cut taxes so we have more investment opportunities for Canada, shit like that. Oh no, it's a concession
on building the bridge. What I've seen instead in Prime Minister Carney and Minister LeBlanc and his ministers and the cabinet is a march to Beijing, a march to organize European and middle-power diplomacy.
Really?
Proposing fantastical ideas like synthetic
the
currencies
middle-power
with Europe,
diplomacy
to counter the American dollar.
Okay, this guy's going away. There's no way. This guy's going full Alberta. This guy is going full Alberta right now.
We need to do domestically. At least at a minimum, let's give the benefit of the doubt that the government should diversify our markets.
He's going full Alberta. He's saying fucking Canada's moving to China, snuggling up to China, calming China, middle powers, Europe bullshit.
We should also be pursuing diversity in the American market. Where have the march of cabinet ministers been to California, Florida, Texas, New York, to the industrial heartland, which is impacted by our agriculture and manufacturing potential? Where has been the intensity that a government should be bringing to bear in defense of the Canadian worker? I think that conservatives would have managed this entire crisis very differently to the benefit of our country.
I really doubt it.
Something you said in that answer stands out to me.
I don't know what conservatives would do, because at the end of the day, both conservatives and liberals are beholden to their capitalist gods, their capitalist daddies. So whatever the capitalist daddies want is what the capitalist daddies are going to get. So I really don't know how, like, the conservatives aren't going to fucking escalate with Trump if that's not what the daddies want.
Talking about concessions, and you sort of categorize them as good concessions and bad concessions, and I don't think I've heard that from the conservatives yet. You talk about the Gordie Howe, the concessions there when it comes to the revenues. You classified that as a bad one, but other concessions you think are good concessions. What do you mean by that?
For the last decade, Katie, we've seen our country in a form of managed decline. We've seen $1 trillion of capital flow from Canada to the United States in the last
just called capitalism,
year,
baby.
over $100 billion.
Oh, the wealth gap is just getting wider by the day.
Not impacted by the tariff, over 42 to 43% of the manufacturing sector is looking at shutting down and domiciling in the United States. We're seeing a country that's borders became porous over the last decade. Our capital markets, our real estate markets are snow-washed with illicit capital. We've seen our country abrogate its responsibility to itself. So when I say that there are hard and good decisions that Canada should have been making, those decisions should be made in the context of a North American negotiation with Washington and with the world. And that's not what we've seen as the kind of backbone we expect the Canadian government.
Do you think Canada has any position? Do you think we're equal powers here, buddy? Canada is so tiny. Our economies do not compare. You think Canada is side by side working as like equal beneficiaries, equal partners to like take on the world? No, it's fucking America or fuck you. That's what it is.
To have on behalf of the Canadian people.
But does the Conservative Party see some concessions as good concessions versus bad concessions?
Oh yeah, the leader has made it very clear. Like, we needed to repeal the digital service tax and the Netflix tax. We needed to thicken our border. We needed to make all of these choices and rebuilding our defense industrial base.
See, I told you really would like it. I told you.
A decade.
I fucking knew you would say that shit.
The government needed to take. Pierre Poilievre won the consensus on that direction of our country in the last election. Liberals were maybe inspired by the things that we've been talking about. And those are good decisions that we should have married into a negotiation for North America.
I love that. I love the thing where it's like, oh, these fucking liberals stole our idea, dude. Just further points shows me that we have a monopoly. We have a duopoly? We don't have a democracy, okay? Both parties, one economy, both parties with the same fucking stupid strategy. It's horrible.
When Jameson Greer, who's the U.S. Trade Representative, when a question was put to him in the past 6 weeks or so, saying, you know, why is it that the Americans have not given Canada credit for some of those concessions they've made? And he made the argument, you know,
why
when
would
you
they
make a mess of something, you don't get rewarded when you clean it up. I'm very curious. What do you make of when he says things like that?
I don't really have a lot of time to comment about what the USTR might have to say about Canadian politics. That's not my business. My role is to advocate for Canadian workers, for
trade
Canadian
representative,
families, and for Canadian sovereignty, and independent of whatever comes out of Washington, whether it's right or wrong, and what comes out of America, which is a big, diverse country with a lot of wide-ranging set of views. I know what we need to deliver for Canadians. I know what a serious negotiation looks like, and I have to go talk to the workers, the families, and the people who are anxious because they don't have a deal.
Okay, on that point, August 19th,
yes, the workers don't have a deal.
CBC News indicates that the Canadians
expressed
to the Americans.
The workers who own all these steel factories are getting fucked by the tariffs, dude.
These tariffs come into effect. This is a make or break moment. There's going to be no political appetite in Canada to keep negotiating if you hit us with another tariff. If Donald Trump makes good on his threat and doesn't push it down the road again, or what they call Taco Trump, always chickens out, if they come into
force, the tariffs are coming.
What would you like to see the government do? Do you want to see retaliation? What would you do?
So in my previous roles of having advised Prime Minister Harper's government, can tell you that trade negotiations are complex. The Prime Minister has our support in dealing with a tough and unpredictable negotiator. And he also has the respect that the country expects, which is, let's see the deal that they negotiate. Let's see what's announced. I remember back.
I think, again, I don't know. I think I've reiterated this point, but like, I think this whole like, oh, Trump's so volatile, crazy, and who knows, he's unpredictable, is a cop-out, because there is a method to the madness, I believe. There are teams and infrastructures behind Trump pushing or whatever material economic shit he wants to do with his own pizzazz, sure, but at the end of the day, again, capitalist daddies, the government is beholden to them. So it's not like Trump's just, oh, he's just so crazy, he's just out of nowhere. It's like there is institutional backing behind what is happening.
In my time in service, we'd spend a lot more time with opposition critics with some briefings and some opportunities and some insight. We haven't seen that. I don't think the premiers are seeing that. I'm not sure the media are seeing as much transparency in how these negotiations are being handled. And so I think it'd be reasonable.
Well, no shit. What is it, like a broadcasted courtroom?
If there
is a Ted Bundy documentary.
And then we'll come back to pronounce on it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time today.
Appreciate you, Kitty.
This professional
thank you
32
so much,
terabytes SS.
Are we gonna get to the power panel next? Oh, my favorite part of the segment, the power panel. Everyone,
won't find at Best Buy.
Is that what we're gonna go into next? The power
Canada
panel.
Need to change course. Time now for the power panel. Vandana Qatar was an advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Baby.
Here with me in studio, Kate Harrison is a conservative political analyst, and Rob Russo is the Canada correspondent for The Economist. And every single time, Rob, you're here, I always say, "You're my former boss. You're the former bureau chief here."
And somehow I'm not vilified for it.
No, not on camera.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, let's start because today it is Pierre Poilievre was out today. Kate, I want to start with you. What do you make of this new line of attack against the government in terms of the way that the negotiations are going?
concessions.
I think that Poilievre is right to focus on the time that has been wasted and passed since since these negotiations began.
Sure.
Really what we're
Everyone's
seeing
all anxious. We need answers.
is not all that different than a lot of the terms that were being discussed last October. So it begs the question,
we're just waiting.
What has
We're
the government
grinding
been
it
up
out
to in that time? And when we
We're
think about the
grinding
approach
like the
that
fourth
hasn't
line out
worked,
here.
it has been this piecemeal, kind of sectoral-based approach. Alcohol here, concession there. I think in the absence of a bigger and better trade deal, it's going to be very difficult to rationalize to Canadians and perhaps more acutely to premiers
beautiful
that
trade deal.
this is in the best interest of all parties.
Vandana, what do you make of it?
I think it was actually Mr. Poilievre trying to get into the conversation, really. I think
Poilievre's trying his best to be relevant.
People chose that Mr. Carney would be the best person to try to get a deal. And I think largely, especially look at the polling, Canadians are behind the opportunity he's presenting
she's a
right
Trudeau
now.
advisor?
People
Oh, boy.
know that negotiations are long. And we saw this last time as well. Mr. Trump, he escalates threats as a way to get negotiations going, to maybe try to get more of his cards on the table. So we've seen this before.
Pressure.
It's going to happen again. I think the
News.
positive thing is that Dominic LeBlanc and Janice Charette have been in Washington both last week and this week.
Do you have an underbite? What's going on here?
A diplomacy
like
is
the
going to be a
voice,
two-way
though.
street. There's going to be give and
It'd
take.
be a great
And there's going to
ASMR.
be a lot of backseat driving from the opposition on this. But I think for the most part, Canadians are comfortable and they're willing to wait and see, especially as they see more pressure on the U.S. You saw two unions write to Donald Trump as well, talking about they're asking to reconsider the tariffs. So I think people know that if we wait a bit longer, perhaps we can get a better deal for Canada.
Rob, what do you make of the moment?
I think the moment is late.
Why do they always have this person on the TV? Bring me in on the TV if you're going to connect someone in on the TV.
Poilievre didn't make this intervention a year ago or a year and a half ago during the election campaign. I think it would have been more politically fruitful for him to do that. As it stands now, it
to rally on that Carney's going to take forever?
Churchillian, so I'll try to echo Churchill. It seems to be offering all aid short of help. It would seem that the government is prepared to give up certain things, but only in the event of a comprehensive deal. I think Kate's right that they have been like Gumby bending over backwards and gotten absolutely nothing in return. But
that is
that the Prime Minister no longer wants to give away what he calls, and what is it, trade negotiators are calling gold coins.
But isn't that what Trump always says? Peace through strength. Basically, it's like let Trump, do you in the closet from behind. Don't tell anybody. And if you are a good little boy, you might get no tariffs. Okay, big daddy. I don't know. Like it's like literally peace through strength. It's like just let me abuse you. And if you do not retaliate, you might be good.
They no longer want to give away any of the gold coins unless there is a comprehensive deal. And if there is a comprehensive deal, then it would make sense
gold coins.
To give away some stuff that you're probably going to give away anyway.
Arms?
In other instances. I also
Missiles?
was struck by the intervention of the representative from the Quebec government. I think it's indicative of how much things have changed in these negotiations compared to past negotiations when provinces who represent regional interests, not the national interests, were kept well informed, well briefed, and well away from the cabinet table. They seem to have an inordinate amount of say in what the national government is going to do. And
the United Front, baby.
It's inevitable that somebody like Donald Trump is going to do nothing but feast on the differences between the national government and the provincial governments.
Trade talks are expected to pick up again this week.
We know Daniel Smith will just brown nose them wherever he goes.
Right now, but we got a statement from Dominic LeBlanc's office. He was on his way to Washington today. I don't know if this is something symbolic or something bigger picture. There's something to take away from this, but his flight actually got diverted, had to go back to Montreal because of weather. My friends in Washington, D.C. right now, my Washington, D.C. group chat is exploding because apparently there's a crazy storm down there as we're getting weather alerts here in Ottawa about weather warnings here.
No, not the trade deal.
So they are expected to sort of
they do this shit on
some
Zoom?
FaceTime with the key
Why do you gotta go in
stakeholders
person?
again. But in this
Maybe it's like the spies are hacking, listening.
In our reporting here at CBC, sources have expressed to us that the Canadians made it very clear to the Americans that if these new tariffs come to effect on August 19th, that it's sort of a make or break moment. That Canada is not, there's not going to be the political space in Canada to keep negotiating if they hit Canada with this next round of tariffs. If there isn't tariff relief, if they don't go away, is it time to retaliate and step up the retaliation?
I think before crossing that bridge,
There's no
you really
way.
need to exhaust all options. Like this tariff dispute is.
The one thing about the tariff thing is, like, how can you be like, oh, tariffs are an import tax, it's hurting. So technically, when you hit Canada with a tariff, Americans are being hurt. Like, that's like what Carney, Ford, all these people say. Then how can you go out and be like, oh, well, we got to counter tariff them back and get them where it hurts? You're going to have to take a little bit of pain, but come on now.
Painful for everyone, which is again why I come back to, you know, the time that could have been taken 10 months ago to sit down and have these conversations of substance, compared to now. Again, the terms haven't really changed based on the reporting in terms of what's being discussed and on the table. To know that our government kind of faffed about for the last 10 months without discussing these items of substance should be really concerning, particularly to sectoral workers who are looking for that relief. So I think rather than focus on, okay, what negative retaliation could we deploy, every effort
about the workers,
needs
not
to be
about
made
the
to try and
fucking
secure
owner of the
the best
company
possible outcome for workers. And
who
that
needs to
includes
sell
a prime
their
minister
fucking
who is
product
engaged
to
consistently.
the US.
And I find it very odd that he would take this particular week to choose to go to Italy for reduced hours, vacation. It depends on which outlet that you're looking at. But I think that given he put up his hand for this specific job, not the job of a prime minister, prime ministers are entitled to take some time off and vacation, but this specific moment with a 50% tariff hanging overhead for $20 billion of impacted goods to be overseas, I think sends entirely the wrong message to workers that are begging for his leadership at a time that he committed to do that for Canadians.
Vandana, what do you make of the point that Kate just made?
I think.
Yeah, libtard, what do you think?
Leadership from this prime minister. You know, we've seen expanded job numbers that are going
Carney.
4 times the rate of the U.S. We see the increased investment into Canada. We've seen 20 economic partnerships signed by Canada. So I think they know that while he is also focused on the U.S., he's not just focused on the U.S. because we no longer can just.
They always do this, though. Every time someone flies away during some sort of thing, it's like, oh, he's running. It's like there wasn't like a natural disaster he's running from. Yeah, Trump and the negotiation table is probably going to like grind to a halt until the deadline. Sorry, I'm going to Italy.
Partner, or traditionally a reliable partner. So I think people know that. And also, Minister LeBlanc and Janet Charette are heading to D.C. Maybe they're diverted right now, but they're going to get there. They were there last week as well, and they're having good conversations there. So I think the Prime Minister is not that his eye is off the ball. I think people know he's entitled to vacation. I think anyone who also knows this Prime Minister knows that he doesn't actually take a vacation. I'm sure he'll be making calls as he has to. But Minister LeBlanc is there and facing and talking to the right people. So I think
he might as well just be at Mar-a-Lago golfing with Trump.
People have trust in this on having the economy in Prime Minister Carney's hands and trust in the team that he also has support of.
Rob, to Kate's point, do you think there's an optics issue there?
Yes, 2 words, Justin Trudeau. I don't understand why a subsequent prime minister would not have learned the lesson that it may be not as glamorous, but while you're the Prime Minister of Canada, particularly at a time when Canadians are deciding that they're going to vacation closer to home, that you would vacation closer to home. The other thing I would point out is that there are 20,000 people who are being displaced in British Columbia.
He didn't go to the U.S. though, eh? He didn't go to the U.S.
Requiring perhaps a military response, a federal military response.
What the fuck did you just say?
Closer to home. The other thing I would point out is that there are 20,000 people who are being displaced in British Columbia right now, requiring perhaps a military response, a federal military response. I think it would behoove the Prime Minister to be here. And if you're a nosy reporter,
because it's like everyone's struggling. What is he supposed to be? Well, I don't get it. Everyone is struggling to some capacity. Is he just supposed to sit and cry in a corner? It is funny the approach that
inquiry. Where's
that people take.
Who's putting him up?
Experience
Me.
and empowered.
My tax dollars.
To deliver actionable
damn
insights that inspire growth and sustainability.
Actually, I don't make enough money to get. I get money back in taxes.
The Connect Effect.
I'm poor in the ghetto. My baby was born in the ghetto.
I understand. It seems the ethics commissioner has cleared him on this. What were the conditions that had to be cleared in order for this to happen?
The ethics of what? Leaving the country?
quite frankly, I think it's a
that had to pass the ethics board.
Mistake. You're in Canada. Canadians are staying home. It's a wonderful country to travel, and I think he should probably be here.
There was a statement from the Prime Minister's office. Here's how they're describing it in this moment.
Really
they
don't matter to me.
The Prime Minister will be on, quote, unquote, a reduced schedule the week of August 10th. He'll be in Italy for personal commitments until August 17th. Media advisories will come out per normal. It says during this time, he is in close contact with his team and officials on several priorities, including the Canada-U.S. trade negotiations. As those, Dominic LeBlanc is leading that right now. Will be in Washington at some point this week. Are you anticipating that the rhetoric could get worse before it gets better as we head closer, Kate, to that August 19th deadline?
Hopefully not. I mean, it does sound like from the information that's available, the conversations are heading in a more positive direction than just the kind of, the pro forma. They've been productive discussions, but you don't get much detail. But I do think that we're getting a lot of that information from the Americans. There's not a lot of information coming forward from the Canadian government and Canadian sources. And again, like we talked about last week, this is not about, unveiling your term sheet. And to an earlier point that I think Rob had mentioned, there's a lot of parties that have been left in the dark in terms of where we sit with this, the premiers included. And you saw some of that frustration really start to boil over at the Council of the Federation. So if premiers are in the dark, and a lot of major sectors are in the dark,
these are closed door meetings, no shit.
And the Prime Minister is away. Again, I don't think that it conveys the right message to Canadians that this is your number one issue, when again, it was the Prime Minister that really raised the stakes of this trade dispute. He called this the worst
conservatives
crisis,
got nothing
up since the Second World War.
I'm sorry, but like conservatives critique, these conservatives are garbo. They're just doing the classic, oh, he's running away, Canada needs him. But it's like, this is what you do when like Ted Cruz flees from a natural disaster, not this. Like, what is this?
Closing pitch to voters in April of 2025. So to be very casual about the information that is shared with Canadians about that, given that was really the crux of his election pitch and his closing sales pitch, I think there's a big delta between what he sold and what a lot of Canadians are expecting and what they're actually getting right now in terms of his commitments to provide that information and those updates.
Vandana, what do you make of what Canadians should be
bracing for, knowing
that Donald Trump can be volatile at times? At times might be a very generous statement, but that Donald Trump can be volatile, especially with a deadline hanging over Canada-U.S. relations in this moment.
I think they should assume that that's still going to be the case, that he will say one thing online.
Trump is going to Trump, baby.
That is how he likes to conduct himself, whereas the Prime Minister isn't going to negotiate in public. He's not going to show his cards. He's going to focus on the task at hand. But I think Canadians now know this. They know this from the previous administration. While there were other characters in the other administration that can help support with Donald Trump and negotiating with him, I think people expect that from him, which is why I think they trust the Prime Minister in focusing on the Canadian economy and focusing on other trade partners and new partners that we haven't considered before. I think they know that this is something new. I think that is why they actually elected him. I think they wanted someone who would understand exactly what's happening, who would think that, okay, we're going to go back in time and continue this traditional relationship with the U.S., that we'll have to open our eyes to a different type of relationship. But I think the closer we get to it, I think you'll see a bit more coming out of it. I think, again, the more that Mr. LeBlanc is in D.C. and having this conversation, give Canadians comfort that something will come out that will also ultimately be positive for Canada.
Rob, being a journalist, can you imagine this? There is a deal to be announced, and the Prime Minister is not in the country to sort of own.
I don't think that would happen.
Oh, no.
So that to me indicates that if Mark Carney is willing to go away and go on vacation or do reduced hours or whatever, go on vacation, does that suggest to you that we might be a little bit away from any sort of agreement? Like he felt he could go away because you would need to be home to announce something. That would be my understanding of how a government
perhaps would work. But let me flip that around. We have now Minister LeBlanc, who's
why can't someone else just make the announcement?
That's a suggestion that the talks have intensified. We have not had this kind of pace in the discussions. That being said, there are a lot of thorny issues. This is very complicated material. And then it has to go to the Twitch president, to President Trump. Who knows how he's going to react to a deal made by Jameson Greer.
The Twitch president. I was like, the Twitch streaming
this president
CEO.
You know that is
Jeff Bezos
for the last few years. So I
Doesn't he own
would take
Twitch?
some comfort in the fact that the minister and Madame Charette are still down there, have been down there in 2 or 3.
Oh, they're just down there working so hard.
I would not at all. Would anybody really be surprised if there was an extension on the 338 tariffs on August the 19th? No one would be surprised. Is the government prepared for the
tariffs
fact that they might
are coming?
I think that the government is prepared for that, but I don't know that many people expect that will happen. I think that all of us should also expect that even if those are extended or.
One thing I will say is, like, I don't know. Carney said, like, Carney has to provide something, right? Like, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what kind of deal is going to get done. I don't know how massive it's going to be, if it's going to be even anything substantial, but I'm interested.
Put aside for
so far, sure, it's been a little milk toasty.
Threaten us with is because, of course, the Prime Minister controls the flow of and currents of air in the country. He's going to hit us with tariffs attached to wildfire smoke. That'll be the next one. I would assume that we should be prepared for.
It's another power grab in an ongoing negotiation. I would also not be surprised if they do extend it, because we've seen Donald Trump do this before through 1.0 during his first administration, and then again in his second administration. We've seen it time after time after time, and you have to take it seriously. So the Canadian government has to prepare, and Canadian workers, and you have to brace for it. But at the same time, it is this way.
What is this? I love like this thing where they just throw in every time they say Canada, they just throw in workers for whatever reason. Canada has to prepare. I mean, the workers got to prepare. What the fuck do you mean the fucking workers? I don't own a fucking steel company. I don't own a car manufacturing plant. I'm not a capitalist. Oh, the workers got to prepare for what? Losing my job just so I can go back to the same shitty job once the market conditions are better? Thanks.
Try and squeeze concession after concession after concession out of whether you're dealing with Canada, Mexico, or any of your trading partners. It's the art of the deal, right? It's the art of the deal.
It does seem, and I wrote about this for the magazine this week, that there is some delight in making Canada an example. He did come after us first with tariffs.
Canada's a nasty.
Nobody in Europe took the threat of his musing about our integrity as a nation too seriously until Denmark was on the table, and then all of a sudden they took it more seriously. The fact that Canada alone is facing the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, I think, is indicative of the fact that we're a great,
was it a labor tariffs?
Canary in Donald Trump's coal mine.
And the way that has sort of played out over the last few months, the Trump administration, when you chat with people sort of behind the scenes, they really continuously bring up the point. We've talked about it here on the Power Panel about how Canada and China are the only two countries who retaliated. And it was brought up to me by some people from the Trudeau government. And Vandana, we've got 45 seconds left. Do you think that Canada sort of was left in the wind here with other countries not being willing to sort of stand up to Donald Trump? Did that catch the Trudeau government by surprise when he rolled out all the tariffs against everyone else?
I don't think so. I think I think Donald Trump underestimated Canada and didn't think that we would have this retaliation, this desire from Canadians. I can see articles in like the New York Times about New York.
It just doesn't make sense because China is an economic superpower. Canada can't really do tariff for tariff.
So far,
or anything
either
like
way,
that.
Was there a surprise? No, but I think Canada in that moment knew that we have a very different relationship with the U.S.
And it was like, sure, we'll hit you back.
Would it catch us off guard?
The only other person besides China. And the thing is, we're not China, so I think we're bluffing a bit there. But that's power politics, Power Panel. Carney is putting Canada in a weak position. Is he? I don't know. A waiting game at this point. Anyway, next video. I gotta go back outside. We're gonna take a little bit of a hydration break because I need more Coke Zero. So anyway, if you're unfamiliar with here, we're gonna hit the whole hydration break screen. Go get yourself a water, anything you like. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. So we're back. Sorry for the long hydration break. I was jammed out to my own music and pumped up, for the return. The return of socialism, actually, is what we're here to discuss. So we're here to discuss Hassan Piker and the Democratic Party's civil war. James Carville and Hassan Piker face off.
Do you know who Hassan Piker is?
A blowhard.
I think these guys failed so spectacularly.
When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there.
I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done.
I don't know why it's on. Oopsie. Sorry, Hassan. Sorry, everybody.
Anything about it?
They never win.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party?
True.
Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel?
No, of course not. Why does it matter? I don't understand. I mean, I do understand. It's American, what do you want to call it? Proxy state, right? Because being anti-Israel is basically being anti-America, because America is funding all of Israel's horrific actions in the Middle East. Anyway.
How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good, but the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place and not be as successful as I hope, but it's going to be...
Democratic strategist James Carville. I thought this guy was a Republican. Democratic strategist.
That thing.
The wrong candidates, what you mean by that?
I see challenges from the, quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them.
Hard-headed.
But if you get a skewed turnout in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
When you say progressive left, you sort of, there's a tone of contempt there.
Yeah, so you were very wise. I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
It's high definition, yeah.
Yes. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up. Okay, great. And they run for president. They never win.
What?
They are
FDR.
Have they been given a chat?
What about FDR? FDR was like the greatest, longest serving socialist, quote unquote, of all time.
Huh?
In the USA, at least.
Let's take over. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know how he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
James Carville says
that he's. I think the Democrats also completely fucked Bernie. But the Clinton versus Bernie, oh my God, Bernie, they did Bernie so bad. I'm still mad.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm exceptionally good at proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just
and that's the key is right. Hassan does not spill the gospel of socialism at all. He's what socialists would call a reformist, if you've read theory. Now, he does a good job of being a reformist and getting popular liberals to come kind of into the reformist party. But the more theory you read, you kind of realize that the reformist approach has its limitations of capital. It blunts the revolutionary edge. To quote Lenin, but Hassan isn't, a revolutionary. He's just a guy to, tell the young liberals, hey, maybe your tax dollars should go to your education instead of genocide in Gaza. That's the message.
This is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. there has to be a different alternative. And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country. They're scared. There's a lot of instability. And they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And they go out there in the streets, they want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA, they see PSL, they see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge. They don't stop protesting.
That's true.
When
They are
Republicans
always
are in
out
charge.
there.
Why do they do that? Because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hassan
They're
Piker
dedicated.
is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Blowhard.
A what?
Blowhard.
A blowhard.
Is this guy like
Name
this guy's so
me
European
one
coded?
Democrat in a tough election that wants Hassan Piker to come in and campaign with him.
What?
In a general
Why would
election. Do you think
Bro,
Tarico?
I mean, come on, dude. Trump just won with fucking Dana White and all the Nelk boys.
Is going to invite Hassan Piker to come to Texas?
Come on, man.
You think John Ossoff is going to invite him to come? I don't. You think Roy Cooper? No.
Yeah, you need sophisticated Clintonism, neoliberalism.
I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake. Because the reality is, not only do I have a lot of...
Listen, he's right. It would be a mistake, but it's going to happen. It would be a mistake in the sense that if you give Hassan that sort of general election platform, he could put a class first approach into some people's minds. But the Democratic Party would never allow that. Not even the reformists. So there are, these are the limitations, right? Is like, you can only go so far in the Democratic Party before you start reaching your limitations of capital. So the Democratic Party, who's beholden to the capitalists, aren't going to want Hassan to come out and rally against, wealth taxes and shit like a Zoran or whatever. It would cause a big split in the Democratic Party. But I think the general public would be like, oh, well, I like what Hassan's saying. I want healthcare,
passionate door knockers and organizers in my community. But also outside of that, I represent a position that is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel, that is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think simply leaning in to attack ads and saying, oh, you're right, that this person is bad, actually. This person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or align with him. Abdul could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all.
But this is also what this is a thing, because if you want to take the honest approach, you would be honest about the limitations to reformism, unless you are just theoretically opposed to the theory that that basically a reformism is a dilution of socialism and communism, etc. And it's not gonna prevail in a socialist worker state, basically.
And keep fighting for policies that will improve people's lives. That's what people are going to vote for. The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to.
But yeah, of course, it's going to be silly to be like, oh, I align with this guy, now I don't, because he said something about fucking Israel or whatever.
Consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer. If the other side is saying,
oh, the
I
mic
want
cut
to
out.
give people health care, it's not a great message.
Turn on
in
your
the
mic.
primary process, of course, he has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Has he?
Well,
how has he become the center?
Let me tell you, we're going to have a debate about the future of the Democratic Party. In the Democratic primaries of 2028,
listen, I don't know about the future of the Democratic Party. You got three motherfuckers: Zoran, AOC, Bernie's on his way out, RIP. But come on, it's almost time. And then who was that Abdul guy? Like, is that the future of the party?
Piker and
I'm sorry, but I think neoliberalism is still going to dominate the sad reformists who want to reform the Democratic Party so bad.
The progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black Democratic primary voters. Let me further break the news to you because what
does that matter?
To hung around with Southern black people all of my life.
Do they not want healthcare and infrastructure and rail?
But that's that. Now, I'm sure what someone on the left would say, well, we have to have another process. No, we don't. And what Hassan Piker needs to do is run for president. If everybody agrees with you, good, run. Go, cat, go. I think everybody ought to run.
Yeah. The thing is, you have to make your own independent party. Fuck this Democrat Republican shit. Come in with your own independent party. Like Bernie is an independent.
And I think that the judgment
it didn't go anywhere
of Democratic primary voters is what I'm going to follow. But if you claim that there's all of this energy and this activism, then okay, have at it. Mm-hmm. Run for president.
You're allowed to take part in the democratic process.
You're not running for office. Of course you are. I don't run for office. What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves...
It's also a lot of money to run for office. You think, you know the millions of dollars it takes to run for office?
Democrat. Call yourself Democratic Socialist. Maybe people call themselves Democrats. Call yourself... I don't run for office. What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves Democrats? Call yourself Democratic Socialist.
They do that.
Maybe what we need.
I think liberals do,
right? Good, but don't call yourself Democrat.
You know what's the even better alternative? Call yourself fucking communists and disassociate from this fucking neoliberal. Saw it off, cut it, amputate the neo-lib shit. Hassan, please, just call yourselves a fucking communists and be honest.
There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go on your own party. The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel. This is the same reason.
This perfectly sums up capitalism to me. The capitalism mind. Unless you have class consciousness, if you have that burden like I do, this is literally how everyone thinks.
The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody.
Yeah, I don't hate anybody because everyone agrees on the fucking economic principles of capitalism. That's the problem with the neoliberalism. Two parties, one economics. They both agree on the shitty economics of capitalism. This is stupid neoliberalism, soupy brain that everyone grows up with. It's sad. It's so depressing.
I don't hate anybody.
Because that's really the distinction between Dems and Republicans is Dems are woke conservatives and conservatives are just bigots. They're just they love their racist bigotry. They love it.
I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel. Was part of the closest set in history would ever come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean. I think the only way to have that is you have
this guy is like 98 years old.
Palestinian state.
Why does he have anything to say about the future of the Democratic Party civil war? Like, I'm sorry, but like, this guy, he's not going to see the future of the Democratic Party. Like, I'm just going to be real, but like, what does he have to say about the Democratic Party. Oh, we must go back to neoliberalism, the Clinton era.
Recognize you have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinian state, and we got to have peace and not war. Now,
has anyone actually made it to level 4 before? If you're slightly
get these damn advertisements off my CNN broadcast.
Peace and not war. Now, I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. They don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements.
Well, they are an international war crime, I'm pretty sure, right?
I would love to see
international
policy changes in the government of Israel. But I am a firm believer in the state of Israel. Two different things.
Sure.
Never to be confused.
I don't understand. That's like, just replace Jewish state with any other religion. Would you be okay with a pure Islamist state, a pure Christian state, a pure Hindu state, a pure... Like, why are we segregating states by race and ethnicity? That sounds very fucking racist and very fucking bigoted. Just let everyone live together in harmony. It doesn't have to be a Jewish state or a fucking Palestinian state. Just be a state where people live. Like, just practice your own religion. Like, just be secular. Just have a secular state.
DNC in 2024. Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you at the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris.
Oh yeah, Kamala Harris.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like?
Oh,
I mean, if you ultimately
I thought he was asking the old guy this.
Defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever.
What is this question?
Defeating fascism that you don't like. I mean, if you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
So, yeah, you should... If you want to fight fascism, what you should do is capitulate to the fascists. It makes so much sense. That's the CNN argument. Are you sure? Oh my God, you want to fight the fascist MAGA, scary MAGAs. So you must support the fascist Democratic Party who loves to blow up children in Gaza. You have to. What a stupid take from CNN. I mean, I know these questions are all, I mean, it's all fucking staged, but like, what a ridiculous fucking setup, dude.
Surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all. Because, again,
no,
pro-Israel politics is so poisonous, in the Democratic Party especially, that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and
just say no.
0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much. And you'll see. Rahm Emanuel is a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now. Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office, and he sees which way the winds are blowing. It's not going to happen. So that's not even a problem. But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country, seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, it's going to be worse than Donald Trump next time.
Yeah, and this is why is like Hassan is good for the tunnel into socialism, but once you understand the socialist theory, this is what is the problem, because like here, I'll break down what you just said.
Socialist movement in this country.
Well, listen. First, the whole interview, first of all, he hasn't talked about capitalism being the problem. He hasn't talked about a class first priority for the Democratic Party. Listen, it's a CNN interview. I don't think they'd let him say that shit anyway. But that's also my problem, is like, you know, it's reformism, you know, it's not real socialism. The problem is he wants benefits for the workers. He does not want to abolish the private property relationship between employer and employee. He does not want that to change. That's not what he's advocating for. He wants better conditions for the slaves. He wants to feed them better. He wants to have better housing conditions. He wants them to have all these nice, better things, which is all great. Better benefits, love that. But I want to abolish slavery. That's the problem. Same thing here. I want to abolish the employer-employee relationship. That's not going to be brought up in the CNN interview with Hassan, but
it's going to be worse than Donald Trump.
That's kind of the problem. With
just as Donald Trump 2
Hassan
was far worse than Donald Trump 1.
Watch the full episode and the full story with Anderson Cooper on the CNN app. No thanks. Anyway, great video. What do you guys think? Is Hassan right? Is that old fart right? Who knows? Let's keep talking about democratic socialists. Shall we? Just while we're on this democratic socialist train here, Mike Rowe notices something no one else has about democratic socialists. Let's see.
I don't know if you saw this, but the stat that got me within the Democratic Party.
Is this AI or is that this guy's voice? What
right
the
now,
fuck?
59% of Democrats who support socialism have college degrees. 40% who support socialism don't.
That's Mike Rowe casually dismantling the left's entire worker uprising fairy tale by pointing out that most Democrats pushing socialism are college graduates deep in debt, not the people who actually build and produce in this country. Welcome back to Nurk News. I'm Nurkish.
Oh, I thought this was like a real... Oh, I thought this was like something better. Oh, this is gross. I don't know why I queued this up. I just saw the views and I was like, sure, I'll look. This is so stupid. Yeah, socialism is because I'm poor. Okay. Anyway,
So here we go again with what could be a plot.
We could watch the AI virus 3 days ago. AI virus. I guess AI is creating new viruses from scratch. This is concerning. So AI is out of control. It's gone rogue. The machine that we've created cannot be controlled any longer. I guess it's fucking going crazy. It's gonna try to hack your fucking data.
So here we go again with what could be a plot in a sci-fi thriller, but is reality.
Researchers in the US have for the first time used artificial intelligence to design new viruses.
It's been hailed as a very significant turning point. What could...
Oh, I thought we were talking about fucking computer viruses. AI just created a brand new virus, like a lethal biological virus. Awesome. I can't wait for biological warfare.
Possibly go wrong.
There's also concern that the technology could create new and yet unheard of bioweapons.
Oh, well, amazing. The world's just going to shit, dude.
It does sound like something from a sci-fi movie, but this...
Aren't you excited to be in the sci-fi movie?
...is real. A US team have used artificial intelligence to design completely new viruses. Well, coming up, we'll assess what it means, including questions it raises about safety and biosecurity. First,
public safety is out the window in the USA.
The researchers actually do.
AI has been used to design simple structures like antibiotics before.
But now, for the first time, AI has designed the entire genetic code, the whole genome of viruses that aren't found in nature.
Scientists took these AI designs and attempted to make them in a lab.
It works a bit like ChatGPT, but instead of predicting sequences of words, these AI models predict the language of life.
And instead of being trained on books and websites, these AI models were trained on genetic codes from viruses, bacteria, plants, and people.
Makes sense.
They were then refined to create a type of virus known as a bacterial phage, which infect only specific species of bacteria.
16 virus designs were a success and were able to kill bacteria in tests.
So that's what the US team managed to do.
I mean, honestly, this is pretty cool, but it could also be horrible. Like the biological warfare aspect isn't great, but imagine the power of some cleaners, dude.
A deal is it? Our health correspondent James
Getting all that
Gallagher
bacteria
assesses the
out.
significance of the research.
This is a real step up in the power of what AI has been able to do in this kind of field. So we've already seen generative artificial intelligence tools being used to come up with designs for new antibiotics and for new vaccines, whereas this is looking at the whole genetic code, the entire genome of viruses, generating those.
Well, how long is it going to take for AI to just
the way that was done?
Clone a human?
Scientists were trying to
perfectly
develop types of a virus called phage, and what they do is they infect bacteria, so that there's no risk. You don't need to be terrified. There's no risk to human beings. They infect bacteria.
Oh, great!
And
Yeah,
what they
okay,
did is
great.
They got the AI to generate the genetic code, suggested genetic codes. Then the scientists picked 300 that they thought were the most promising, test those in the laboratory. So they actually then made those viruses as designed by the AI. And they found that 16 of those were able to fully function in the laboratory. So they were infecting bacteria, they were replicating inside those bacteria.
Wow, they were fucking up that bacteria in there.
This has been done.
Damn.
Well, the breakthrough has been labelled a very significant turning point in science that could unlock a new era for treating disease. But experts have also warned
Imagine if you could do that. Like, you could create a virus to attack a certain bacteria type of cell. You could clean up some fucking serious problems.
Viruses raise urgent safety and security concerns.
In the long term.
Let's start with the
Not in
benefits.
my lifetime.
Here's Dr. Simon Clark, a microbiologist from the University of Reading.
So some people have suggested that you could use these types of viruses which attack bacteria to wipe out, to kill bacteria that are causing infections that are resistant to antibiotics.
Yeah.
So it's potentially a novel strategy for dealing with antibiotic resistance. There are all sorts of other problems around that.
Get it to vaccinate all the
One of
unvaccinated
which is
people.
that bacteria become
Get a
resistant
microchip in there.
to the viruses as well, not just the antibiotics. So by generating new versions of virus, you can get around that resistance. I have to say, when I read this, I thought, yeah, really, you're actually just hanging this research, this piece of study on that hook. Really, they've done this, I think, because they could. This is an important proof of principle. And as AI gets more capable, you might expect it to be able to tailor or engineer other forms of life.
So what about the risks? Well, concerns have already been raised that the same technology could be used maliciously to create new diseases. Here's Simon Clark again.
Study is not a risk to human health. It's important to stress that. But it does show that, in theory, it is possible to generate synthetic forms of life, forms of viruses which don't exist in nature.
To kill out
therefore,
stuff.
That in itself could present a risk to human health. We should say that the AI models that are used.
What happens if it goes into, like, I don't know, like, I'm not an environmentalist, obviously, or like an environment. But like, what happens if that shit just goes into the ecosystem, starts mutating, just some random fucking shit, and it's just spiraling out of control?
Can't do that, but there's nothing to stop somebody coming up with a different AI model that
Some dude in his basement's working on it right now.
There are all sorts of protections and regulations for doing studies like this, and there would be in the United States too. But of course, if a bad actor was so minded to do something like that, then they wouldn't really worry themselves about the normal health and safety rules that control what people like me do.
Finally, let's look at the wider impact of artificial intelligence on healthcare. Here again,
doesn't it hurt to
is our
talk like
health
this all the time?
James Gallagher.
The more practical tools are not like this. So this is kind of like the very cutting edge. No one's entirely sure where this technology is going to go. The grand vision of this kind of designing biology in a computer that could then be replicated in the real world, but isn't actually something that naturally
farmers,
exists
it's gonna go
in
crazy for
nature.
farming.
That could open up new possibilities for
perhaps
drug treatments or these kinds of phage viruses that infect bacteria. Maybe those could be used to treat bacterial infections. But it's a little bit more mundane in terms of how AI at the moment is being used in most of healthcare. So it's things like transcribing doctor's notes and providing summaries to make those more time efficient. There's a lot of work going on at whether artificial intelligence tools can look at lots of scans, say mammograms as part of breast cancer screening, and see if they can be used to make the whole system more effective and more efficient. So it's a little bit more mundane than the kinds of very cutting edge.
Yeah, you got people babysitting AI. That's the whole thing. Like my friend's a computer software dude, and he works at a job and he basically babysits AI. Lots of these people who work with AI, like up there, but behind the scenes in the laboratories and stuff, they're babysitting the AIs, looking at like, what is this AI doing now? Does this AI get this shit right? No. Retry it. Try again, AI. Oh no, I wanted to go back to my playlist.
Turbulent place.
Yeah, let's watch this.
The most important thing,
Like
though.
Norman Finkelstein. We're gonna break this down. We're gonna have another hydration break, though. Grab yourself a drink. In charge of my what's it called? DHV. You know what I'm saying? All right, here's something you guys would never had asked for, but a great song that is, if you like rap or hip hop like I do, a great song, Exhibit. What you see is what you get. One of the fucking low key underground bangers I missed, somehow left off my radar. Anyway, we're gonna learn how to start a revolution. Welcome, everybody. Gather around. If you want to be part of this revolution, leave a comment below what we're going to name our revolution, what our party's name is going to be, what are the goals of the revolution, and ultimately, how do we get people into our revolution? We're going to learn, this is Norman Finkelstein, how to build a revolution.
The most important thing the leftist has to do is to achieve victories. Not because of victory itself. It's because you have to show people that if you organize, you can win. You can win. I'm of the old school. The old school is, when I say the old school, it's the historic tradition of Marxism, also anarchism. The left tradition, I'm of the old school. The old school.
Listen, I subscribe to Marxism, anarchism, not about that life. I'm sorry, eventually. Because the whole idea, I guess, of, well, there's I don't know how to even describe it. Anarchists think you can just demolish the state and just everyone will live. Where Marxists think that the state has to wither away over time. It cannot just be dismantled immediately, I guess. Anyway, let's keep going.
Slogans are not just catchphrases. Slogans are the condensation of a vast amount of thought and analysis.
Sure. A lot of
the
people.
Slogan is preceded by a vast amount of thought and analysis, because what the slogan condenses is, as the fancy, like New Left Review type Marxists would say, a slogan condenses the historical conjuncture. What is possible at this particular moment in time politically? What is possible? To understand what's possible, you need to weigh the political forces.
I think that's a good concept, because like the slogan, yeah, it has to be like a culmination of this conscious thought of the time, of the epoch that we live in. And lots of things are inflation. Immigration is a big one that the fascists are using. Inflation, cost of living, healthcare, higher wages, higher taxes, benefits, all that socialist, quote unquote, socialist benefits, reformist approach. You have to be about that, but it's also kind of more than that, demanding basically what the workers are earned, because the workers have been exploited for hundreds of centuries. Class struggle. We live in a hierarchical system. We need a class conscious revolution. But anyway, I'm rambling. This video is going to be like 30 minutes just from me rambling.
What can we achieve at this moment? It weighs the political forces at play, which already requires a very keen analytic mind, political mind, somebody who has understands the knack of politics. That's a Leon Trotsky. I believe it was also a Noam Chomsky. He wasn't a figure like Chomsky, but politics saturate his bones. He knew he had a feel, because when you have to balance the political forces, you have to have a feel for your times. You have to have a feel for your time. It's very subjective.
You got a vibe check, dude. You got to pass the vibe check. It's true. Trump is kind of a great example of the vibe check passing for the Republicans. Like, he's a fascist, but he's funny and he's getting shit done. Whatever. I don't care if he's Hitler or shit like that. Like, yeah. He reads the room pretty well. He's got the knack for reading the room. He's got the vibe, charisma pass. He's got the charisma stats.
Political forces.
He's passing every
What
speech
are
check.
people ready to sacrifice for? What can be extracted from the political moment? So if you look at the great slogans of the left, the 8-hour day, the 8-hour working day, that was a condensation of a vast amount of knowledge. And
an 8-hour working day. Yeah, because they were being overworked and stuff. We want an 8-hour working day. Kind of that you could even to bounce off of that. You could go the retirement age, 75 retirement age. Like, isn't that crazy?
Assessment of what we can extract now, what's winnable. When the Bolsheviks begin organizing in in Russia, there's this whole debate. Should we call for the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants, or should we call for the dictatorship of the proletariat? It all sounds very obscure to you, but if you read the actual debates, it was all about where are we in the historical struggle? What are the political forces at play now at this particular moment? What can we extract?
Isn't that kind of crazy? It's like marketing, but like hundreds of years ago. It is marketing. You want a slogan that's catchy, that kind of resonates with the exploitation, the alienation of the time, right? Like, it's very interesting.
From this political moment. And
what's our slogan, chat?
Everybody knows the most famous of the Bolshevik slogans in 1917. It wasn't these rhetorical catchphrases like globalize the Intifada, which are utterly vacuous. It was the most unsensational slogan you can imagine. Bread, peace, and land. Bread, peace, and land. Bread meant for the workers, peace meant for the soldiers, land meant for the peasants. Bread, peace, and land.
That's pretty
good. Guess
good.
What? Here's the point. That slogan was a condensation of so much analysis.
Yeah, lots of people agonized over that slogan.
At this historic moment. You know, it's Lenin studying the development of capitalism in Russia, his famous, most scholarly work, a very substantial piece of scholarship. Why is he analyzing it? Trying to make sense of the historic moment. Is the capitalist system developing in Russia's rural areas or not? That's what it was about, whether capitalism was taking root in Russia, the development of capitalism in Russia. So I'm of the old school that slogans, if you're serious, have to be politically
concise,
very transparent, and precise. Bernie Sanders was the last of the great socialists. I'm not saying he's my kind of socialist.
Yeah.
He wasn't and isn't, but he's certainly within that tradition.
Sure, he's a reformist.
He runs a campaign every single place he goes, to the point of such tedious repetition, which I thought was correct. Medicare for all, Green New Deal, abolish student debt. He knew those issues would resonate. They would resonate with the overwhelming majority of the American people. And he believed they were winnable.
And he still lost.
Because you don't make a slogan if you don't think it can win, because then you're in power. And you can't win any of your...
Kamala Harris's slogan? We're not going back. We're not going back. You remember that fucking... Oh, God.
Demands, and then you're totally exposed. your whole platform is destroyed. He's not going to do that. He thought it was winnable. I believe they were winnable as well. That's a serious,
it was so winnable,
very unsexy.
I wish we had Bernie instead of Trump 1.0.
Medicare, Green New Deal, abolish student debt, free college education. That's a socialist platform, just like the 8-hour day, which animated the workers' movement from the end of the 19th century well into the New Deal, well into the mid 1930s.
Yeah.
Follow. That was a huge demand. Remember, workers are working 14 hours a day. But why was it 8 hours and why wasn't it 5 hours? There was a sense of what was possible at this point in historic development. 5 hours was not within reach, and that was correct.
Society would have fallen apart.
We're in 2024, and still 8 hours is pretty much
standard.
The core demand.
Isn't that
How
crazy?
many are saying?
Isn't that insane? Like 8 hours, hundreds of years ago. We have become so much more productive with our tools, our productivity, our efficiency, and we still don't get more breaks, more work, same amount of work, same working day, no breaks, maybe some more holidays, but that's
6 hours. Not many people.
7 hours.
So
Come on,
that
7.
brings me to your first question.
6 or 7 hours.
Globalize the Intifada.
Okay.
I think it's an empty slogan because a political slogan has to be very concrete and very precise.
Alberta probably just did the coolest thing.
Yeah, sure. I don't. It's not concise. I can agree with that.
For you, there is a new way to apply for a reduced rate.
There's a difference.
I'm assuming this is just like a cutout part of a full interview, but this is still an interesting bit, like segment.
Political slogan.
I'm assuming they're talking about Gaza and Palestine.
That's a political exhortation. And political exhortations, that's kind of PR. It doesn't really interest me all that much. You have to be serious. I have to be serious. This is a serious business. You know why? It's about life. It's about life, which
life is so serious.
You will be the one expiring.
I'm not very serial about life, TBH.
Imposed.
I'm sure when I'm at my wit's end, I'll be like, no, my life, but not.
I always had the moral gravitas.
Kind of like whatever, dude.
Kind of like mid. I came from a home where you don't trivialize life. Your whole family was exterminated.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Life.
Yeah, well, if you don't know, the Norman Finkelstein, his family is a Holocaust survivor family or something. I'm not sure his mother got out or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but his whole family got like exterminated, and somehow his mother. I don't know the whole story, but crazy.
Everything begins with life.
And ends with death,
so,
chat.
I never trivialized it.
Sorry,
but
I can't
in my
be serious
politics,
ever.
In my pre-Chomsky era, there was the flamboyance of the left, the Black Panther Party, and things like that, and I was part of it.
As we all like to be.
So,
we just want to be included, us communists.
You have to be serious.
Us Marxists.
A slogan can do damage to a movement. And movements are ultimately about life, about the sacredness of life, about the value of life. And you have to be serious. But I will not cede ground on the principle. Politics is about what's the maximum you can extract at a given historic moment, given the balance of political forces. That's what politics is.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the maximum you can extract within the trajectory of your goal. If you're a socialist and a communist, what you want to extract has to be somehow consistent with your ultimate objective.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to go in an anti-immigration platform.
Yeah.
You may be able to win it at this point, but that's not that's not our the leftists. That's not our trajectory.
Yeah, leftists don't. We are internationalists, right? I'm not. sure what the proper term is, but nations are kind of outdated, borderless, classless society, right? But what's the extractable goal out of that? Out of a socialist sort of thing approach? I'm not sure.
That's not our trajectory
for the time. Well, but definitely, you could win on an anti-immigrant approach, but socialists are for all workers. Doesn't matter your race, nation, creed, whatever.
Our trajectory doesn't want to demonize immigrants and recognize the horrors that, in a large number of cases, brought them here in desperation. Traversing deserts in order to get here. So it's not any immediate objective. It has to be consistent with your long-term goal, but it also has to be realizable. Do you know why it has to be realizable? Because people lose interest if they fight for something and then nothing comes of it. The most important thing that the leftist has to do is to achieve victories, not because of victory itself. It's because you have to show people that if you organize, you can win.
Exactly.
You can win.
The people have the power.
Even small victories.
You can have, if you have, Rosa Luxemburg wrote about this, if you have a critical mass of workers, you can start a revolution. You can demand, you can win for your demands. It can happen if you have a critical mass, but it's hard. Fucking very hard to form.
Raises the spirits. Possibility. Because a whole generation has lost belief in its power that it can win.
Oh yeah,
That it
fucking
can
no
win
one.
anything.
Exactly.
It was the expression I was growing up. The expression was, you can't fight City Hall. But you can never win against power.
Yeah.
But you can win. And that's the most important message to
Look how much
convey
Elon
to people
Musk
who are
spends
feeling
on
hopeless
elections that he
about
still
the
loses.
future. And the way you inspire people to fight is by showing you can win. And I think it can be won at the local level. It can be won now. So think global. The big picture, the world capitalist system, how it all is knitted together. You have to think global and act local, because local is where struggles are winnable right now.
Yeah, true. And it's like, start local. What if you? Because most likely you're not gonna. What's the point of going to a whole nother country to start to be a political activist? What? Just do it where you're at. Yeah, no, good video, cool video, cool insights. Slogans, never really thought about the slogan and how much time went into all these slogans, but I mean, it's true. All right, we watched that. We're gonna watch Asmin Racist, Asmin Dirt, Asmold, Ascrack. So I think he got banned on Twitch for advocating for the shooting of children, which is a crazy take. First of all, I don't know how you arrived at that take, but let's get into why he's gone.
Hey guys, it's me again, and usually at this point I've already made like 2 or 3 other videos about why I got suspended on Twitch, and I've been farming this a lot, but unfortunately something that has nothing to do with Twitch at all actually took precedence over this, and that's why I haven't really made any comments or said anything on anywhere about any of this. And so first part of this video is going to be talking about that, and then the second part is going to be talking about the Twitch suspension. I got suspended for 2 weeks. I'll probably try to appeal it, see if I can get it down to a week. We don't really know. If not, maybe I'll stream on Kick or something. Maybe I'll just take a vacation. I'm not really sure. I haven't decided yet.
Great.
But
Thanks
anyway,
for the update, Asmold.
So about 3 or 4 days ago, because the day that I got suspended, I actually didn't even go live. Now, why is that? Well, it's because the day before that, I had a health symptom that was identical to my dad's health symptom before he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So this I got really upset. I was freaking out. And so I'm laying in bed. I'm fucking petrified.
Right,
I'm
he's
panicked.
dying.
I'm looking things up online. I'm messaging people. I eventually go to the emergency room and I go through all of this. And I don't want to get into the details of what the symptoms were or anything because honestly, it's kind of gross.
I think I can kind of guess what the symptoms are. I'm assuming you're shitting blood. Is pancreatic cancer. I'm assuming that's not a great time. Something, maybe urine, I'm not sure. Probably your bowels, you're shitting blood. So, yeah, rough time for Asmold. I don't know how this happens. It could be that you live like a cockroach for 40 years, but, you know, I don't know.
But all you need to know is that that's pretty much what happened. And so...
Cool, gotcha, but you're fine now, right? You're good.
The futon over there, and
right? Is he dying or is he good?
I wake up, and this is like the day I got suspended. And I had been, like, at this point, I had not been on my computer at all in like 24 hours.
It's a crazy 24 hours for Asmongold.
All I can do is just lay down. And I didn't know, like, am I dying? Is there something wrong with me, right? And so I look at, and I see the reflection. Like, this is just stupid, but, like, I can see the reflection of this monitor from this monitor, and I can kind of see, like, are there new messages? And I saw that there was, like, a post about, like, a tweet, and I'm like, I just had a feeling that I was getting suspended, right? I just had a feeling, and I looked and I got suspended, and I was like, this is the first time I got on the computer. I'm like, well, how long is it? I said, 14 days. I said, thank God. Right? Thank God. Now I'm gonna have 2 weeks to deal with this problem, right? So, and honestly, that's the way that I felt. Like, I wasn't really even stressed out or upset about it. I'm still really not. I mean,
Bro's a millionaire. What do you mean? You can just take any time off any time.
Right? You know, but anyway, so all this happens, and you know, I immediately just got off the computer. I didn't really think about it, honestly. So because I was so worried about this health problem, then fast forward to the following day, I talked to some couple of people that I know that I could ask about this, and I get one person. I go and I finally go to the emergency room after talking to one doctor, and they looked at everything. They basically said, calm down, retard, it's okay. And,
okay, good.
I'm okay, especially this morning. These symptoms have totally gone away. If you want me to be honest, like, just completely, like, 100%.
What do you have, some fucking Boldak fucking...
I'm still worried. I am. I'm 36 years old. I have had really no health problems ever in my entire life other than my teeth. And I see all of my friends that are like, now they have this issue, now they have that issue. And it's like, when is it going to be time? My mom used to always say, and this would always upset me, but it's true, something's going to take you home, right? And it does really scare me a lot. And I, like, a lot of times I like to think
no one can run from death, buddy.
Above that, right? But
you like to think you're above.
I realized that I was
being
very
immortal.
much below it. I was extremely scared. I was very upset, and I was really worried. And so I've been dealing with that for the past about 3 or 4 days. And now that it's at least partially resolved, I'm probably going to get a follow-up appointment and have, like, a bit more, like, testing done about this.
Okay, great.
To make sure that I'm okay. But otherwise, like, that's pretty much the reason why I didn't make any comments about it.
Is there anything breaking down, like, where he talks about him wanting to kill, murder children? I don't know.
Like, I just didn't really even give a fuck about Twitch, right? I mean, it's funny how, you can have something that's like, one of the biggest parts of your life, which is like my stream, and then like something else can happen, and it's like the other thing just doesn't even exist anymore, right? It's a very, very weird paradox of life. But anyway,
yes,
so
totally.
That's pretty much what happened with me,
life.
A couple of days ago and a few days ago. That's why I'd even taken a day off that day. And so, this happens, and I'm like, oh, wow, I'm such a relief. Now I don't have to feel bad about not going live, right? And so, anyway, I got suspended for 14 days. That's what happened. Again, wow, a 36-year-old man has a health scare. This has never happened before in the history of humanity. But yeah, that's pretty much what it was. So anyway, the second part is going to be about why I got suspended. So I got suspended because, and just to add some context, because this has been very
So 5 minutes was the first part, and I guess is the rest talking about how he wants to murder children?
Editorialized on the on Twitter and everything like this. But basically what I said was that, so Ceuta, which is, and a little bit of geography here. So Spain is like on the top of the Mediterranean Sea. Strait of Gibraltar is like right here, Spain, right?
He was probably watching that huge immigrant video or whatever.
In the very, very tip of Morocco, there's a city that's owned by Spain, and it's been owned by Spain for hundreds of years. This isn't like something that's new. This isn't like a recent occupation. This has been going on for like, since before like the, it's like the Ottoman Empire time days.
Okay,
right?
who cares about this?
I remember
Context.
reading the date that it happened, but it was like literally hundreds of years ago. So they've had this city, it's called Ceuta, for a long time. City has a population of about 80,000 people. And 40 to 60,000, obviously just by the nature of this, it's not really verified how many, random migrants just all came over in about basically 1 day's time into this small city. Now, this is, in my opinion, like in any other point in history, this would be viewed as a military invasion because, of course, the overwhelming majority of these people are military age.
That's hilarious. Dude, Adamson Gold Brain is like so cooked. You see a bunch of fucking poor people washing up on the fucking beach in rags and no clothes looking for food and water, and they're in need of like help, food and water, and you're just like, this is a military invasion. These are active combatants.
Men. And so what I said is that I think that if you have that many people pouring over your border and you just can't deal with it all, like you can look at the footage of this and it literally looks like it's World War Z. It looks like a battlefield, right? It's like a hell on earth type situation.
Right.
There's
So that's the justification in his brain. Oh my God. So many innocent people are running in this direction. We should just mow them down because they're coming towards our town. So we should just shoot them all. Is that the take? Like, that's still not a great justification.
Everywhere and everything.
Like, what
I'm straight upset. I think you should shoot these people, right? I mean, like, I believe that. I do.
That's
this is.
Why would you even admit to that on the internet? I don't even understand. I mean, he's so rich he can just admit to being a Nazi and it won't matter at this point. But like, why just openly admit and come out? Yeah, I don't just massacre a bunch of innocent civilians. I don't care. And the children. Like, what are you talking about?
It's a violent military invasion into a city, and after they got into the city, obviously these people were smashing out windows. They were obviously, breaking into stores, stealing things out of stores. I saw like one video. It's always hard to know like what's real and what's not.
That's hilarious. But these military combatants were thieving and not killing anybody. But you should just shoot them dead still. Great take, Asmold. Holy God.
Troy, like, whenever, like, fucking Brad Pitt as Achilles, like, stabbed the dude in the neck at the beginning of the movie, that's, like, what happened. Like, one of these, like, migrants seemingly stabbed the random citizen in the neck with this, knife, right? And they killed this person, I'm assuming, right? Or at least they're in critical condition. So, basically, the city is being terrorized by a mass invasion of military-aged migrants that have come.
Military-aged migrants. Military age, that's anywhere from 18 to 45.
Come over for, various different reasons. And people are saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should shoot them anyway. You should do.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is. You should defend your borders, especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. So this never really was a conversation about, like, baseline immigration enforcement. It was never about, like, using kids or anything like that.
Oh, it was never about immigration. It's only about the story about this migrant invasion that I was talking about. You should just shoot the kids anyway. Whatever. Come on, guys. Why am I in trouble? I just advocated for, like, shooting children. Like, who cares? Like, what kind of fucking sick fuck do you have to be to actually admit this online? Like, I can't, like, this is why I stream, because I'm like, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm cringe. Yeah, I'm pretty bad. I can be, grotesque, potty mouth, whatever it is, and obnoxious. But I would never seriously say anything like this. Like, you have to have the lowest of low IQs to sincerely believe something like this.
But the reality is that with a lot of these third world countries and a lot of their cultures in the world, if you use a Western frame of reference to...
I apologize for nothing, and I meant exactly what I said.
...look at the values and the morality of the third world people like this, you're going to render yourself blind. You will not understand their theory of mind. They don't look at things the way that you do. That's why Joseph Kony has his child army, and there was...
How does Asmongold know what it's like to be an immigrant? You have no idea what it's like. You're just basing your fucking prejudice off of the scary racist propaganda you see on X about immigrants and the third world in general.
That never really went away, by the way. It's still happening. You know, it might not be necessarily him, but there's other ones that are just as bad, if not worse. So the problem is that a lot of Westerners' morality is built off of the concept that everybody else thinks the way that we do, and unfortunately, that's not the reality. And so, what these people will do is that they...
Asmongold. This is literally just the savages argument in 2026. It's just Asmongold saying, oh, these are savages. They don't understand our Western culture, our superior Western civilization. That's what he's fucking literally just saying. It's 2026, bro. Like, how? Oh, God.
They will bring kids with them, and they will use these kids as effectively human shields in order to invade the country and then take advantage of the people in the country. I view this a lot like a trolley problem, and so the reason what I mean by that is that basically you're choosing to stop the invaders here rather than creating a reward structure and an incentive structure around using kids, trafficking children, and effectively using them as political capital to fulfill an invasion's goal, which is to effectively take over this country. We're not take it over, right? But, like, you know, invade this city.
This is so insane. I mean, this, like, oh, God, dude. I can't believe that people fucking, like, in the Twitch community associate with this fucking Nazi piece of shit. Like, he's literally just saying, the fucking, reverse white genocide shit. Oh, we're being taken over by migrants, shit like that. Like, fuck, I forget what that conspiracy theory is called, but, like, he believes that shit. Oh my God, dude. This is like, we're only 9 minutes in,
and
dude.
Then use the city as a way to get into mainland Spain and then disperse themselves
Just
all
let
over
my
Europe.
brain absorb
this
for
is, I
2
think,
minutes.
a very bad thing, and I think it should be stopped by any means necessary. I think this is a horrible problem. A lot of the people that are coming over there, many of them could be criminals. We have no idea. People said Morocco emptied their prisons and let those people come over. I have no idea if they did that or not. I would assume many cases they did. That's what Russia's done apparently with Ukraine, and so I don't
anyone can be a criminal.
This has ever happened. There's many precedents for this. A lot of people look at this from the perspective of human rights or something like this, and I find this to be one of the most malignant and pernicious abuses and inversions of morality that we have.
Yeah, it's such a big moral issue, shooting a child in the face. It's so awful when, you know, you advocate for shooting a child in the face and someone wants to, like, morally grandstand.
Have nowadays, and I'll explain why. Never once have I ever heard about the human rights or the privileges or, you know, what's the right thing to do for all of the people in this city who are now having to be terrified in their homes, boarding their houses up. You have these migrants banging on their doors, smashing their windows, destroying their businesses, you know, potentially violating
the
them,
demonization
them, and doing whatever they can to these people.
Of immigrants.
Not once in my entire life have I ever heard about the concept of their human rights. I never hear about the people who have been the victims of these policies and this lax enforcement, whose lives have been effectively destroyed, and then for some reason we never think about them. We don't care about them.
This is such a stupid fucking argument, because you could say this about any fucking problem and be like, oh, well, what if, you know, mental health? Well, the victims of mental health, you should have been there, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, so the solution is what? To just demonize immigrants and shoot them and fucking Like, that's not the solution, in my opinion. Like, that's the solution to probably the same mental health crisis, is just shoot them, right? Like, fucking, that's his solution for everything, it seems like. Just shoot them. That seems like the conclusion he comes to.
Are these invaders
when he doesn't like an argument,
trying to take advantage of the country? And I think this is a profound inversion of morality. I don't think that any country has an obligation to take in migrants. I don't think any country has an obligation to let people invade their borders. And I think that at the capacity that was happening with Cuba, I do think that you should use lethal military force to repel a literal fucking invasion. Keep in mind, this is a city of 80,000 people, and 40 to 60,000 additional people tried to come in.
Like, this is the thing about, like, an Asmongold gold mind, is like, there is no thought in his brain that is like, oh, I have empathy towards poor people. I have empathy towards struggling people trying to, find their way through life, try to, get access to food and money and resources, because they are struggling in the worst parts of the world. No, he sees them as violent criminal invaders, military targets, even children. Like, you are off your rocker.
One day. That's an invasion, and I think they should use guns to stop it. And I'm not sorry for saying that. And it doesn't matter what you try to use as, emotional blackmail or something like that. Fundamentally,
emotional
all of these
blackmail.
Different tools that these
it's
people
just mostly
use
like being a good person. You just shouldn't advocate for shooting innocent people. I don't know.
Actually be applied in a universal way. These are the same people whose ideology leads them to thinking that 6-year-olds can transition to another gender. They're the ones that lead themselves
we're hitting
to,
all the fucking notes here. Oh, we're hitting all the high notes.
Because terrorists like to use kids as human shields as well,
notes.
because they like to shoot rockets from schools. The reason why they do that is because there is a reward structure inside of our society that puts the damaging and the harm to children and women at a higher standard than the harm to, like, a military-aged man. Now, in a general sense, I would agree with that in a peacetime reality, but whenever these people are launching rockets and large-scale invasions, I think that you need to look at this as a wartime event. And I would ask yourself, how many people got killed in World War II? How many people get killed in every...
What about how about Asmongold? How about the fucking Jews fleeing from Nazi Germany to America in droves? How about those people? Should they just be denied at the border, Asmongold? Should they just be shot and killed, Asmongold? Is it a military invasion? Like...
Single war. Civilian casualties and
like this
killing anybody who's not a
so
combatant
bad to put on the internet, dude.
But at the same time, it doesn't.
I can't imagine it.
Borders.
I can't imagine being this guy.
You can't make decisions to protect your own people, even if it comes at the expense
of
other
like
people
X-brain to the max.
In bad faith and use this. And by the way, the usage of people like this as human shields is a war crime in itself. And that's, I think, the biggest issue that I have with a lot of these people that are criticizing this is that I don't think that they really care about these kids. They don't give a shit about them. Like, these are the people, they'll bring kids to an ICE protest. Why would you bring a kid to a protest where there's rioting and there's flashbang grenades and tear gas being set off? And the truth is, and there is a reason for it, the reason why they do that is because they want to use these kids and the harm that these kids will inevitably go through because of collateral damage, and they want to use this as a political tool so they can advance their agenda. These people are
Yeah, no, conservatives, fascists, they've never done false flag events ever.
They're sick.
They've never done that.
Sick, evil people. And I also referred to the people that use the human shields as animals. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think they're fucking animals. If you use children as human shields in order for you to invade a country or in order for you to do terrorist attacks,
why would you care?
I think that you're a fucking animal.
Why would you care about the child in that circumstance if you're just gonna shoot them both dead anyway? If that's what you're advocating for, You literally just said mow them all down. Why are you pretending to care about the child now? Just because it benefits you in this certain situation? It's so stupid.
I honestly think that most people agree with me. I think that almost everybody does. But unfortunately, we've had this inversion of morality where these truly evil, malignant, pernicious people have been allowed to use this fake moral authority that they have to dictate that we have to allow terrorism, violence, and complete societal collapse. And if we don't allow this, somehow we're the ones that are evil.
I like how it's like, you know, trying to uphold some sort of international human rights is somehow like a moral grandstanding woke issue for Asmongold.
I reject this completely. And I understand that in doing so, there might be some people...
Is shooting kids wrong? No, says Asmongold.
It's not a very polite thing to say. This isn't something that you'd read on a bumper sticker. But I think this is the nature of the world, and it's the nature of the reality that we live in. And I don't want to use a bunch of euphemisms and other types of vague and pacified language to discuss this in a way that is not authentic to its true harm and its true existence, which is what I think that's what it is. And I think that there are definitely criticisms people have of me that are valid, where like I probably do dial it up a little bit too much, and maybe I could use different rhetoric, etc. But I want to let you know that I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said, and I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force whenever it's being invaded by 40 to 60,000 people.
He just rambles about this for another 10 minutes.
For all the people that live in that country, and I don't think that a government has an obligation to allow a bunch of invaders to pour over and potentially kill their own citizens. I find this to just be horrible, and ultimately it should be stopped.
What is this, by the way?
There are
like,
a lot
what
of other
the
patterns.
fuck
Like,
is
I'll
this?
give another parallel to this as well.
The top
is
over
that
his
in a lot of
thing
gang
here?
culture,
I don't
gang culture,
understand.
what they do, and this is, of course, nothing like this is a
In
monolith.
the top
but,
left, that anime face?
many
I don't
people
want to
like this,
know what he
they
looks
do
at with that anime
Is
face.
they'll use children to commit crimes because they know the children will not be sentenced in the same way that an adult will do. And what my biggest argument for all of this
child
is
terrorists. That's why you shoot the children, because they're child terrorists, obviously. God, I'm so glad that Asmongold is here to be this smart for everybody.
I generally, and I know people might not believe this, I think most people do believe this, but the people that don't like me don't believe this, or they don't want to, is that I think that I really do have the most moral and ethical position on this. Because the moment that you create an incentive...
How is shooting a child in the face and mowing down a family of innocents the moral position?
Also drive a behavior. And in my opinion, if you don't capitulate to this emotional blackmail, you also don't allow yourself, these people to target and victimize these children by using them as baggage and effectively shock troopers in order to accomplish a goal. So, for example, if these kids were being charged as adults, the entire tool that these people were using, these gangs were using of having children commit crimes on their behalf, this tool would effectively be rendered ineffective. But we don't want to do that because it makes people sad to put kids in jail. But from my perspective, the way that I see it is that it makes me sad to see kids that were abused, that are trafficked, and that are put into these situations because the people that are truly and profoundly evil, but I think that in order to do that, you do that in the goal to preserve a culture that is the best place that you want to live in the world as well. So
preserve your culture, your white nationalist culture. Dude, this is an insane video. This is like Nazi ramblings for 23 minutes. Like 5 minutes was about his ass bleeding, and then the other 19 minutes is about him just being like, yeah, I want to shoot immigrant children in the face and mow down their whole family of innocents. I don't care. International law is woke and gay.
That's the problem that I have.
Moral grandstanding.
I don't think that I said anything wrong. I think that a lot of people actually would agree with me. And I think that the way that we've taken military action in the past, things like, for example, World
this has
War
to be
II,
like rage bait,
would indicate
right?
that actually this is not as much an objective reality that some people would make it out to be. And again, these are the same people that have no problem using children as props and having them, like groomed by adults, about their gender, taking them to ICE protests, putting them to directly in danger.
Hey, we already talked about this.
I said it in a very abrasive way, and I'm going to continue communicating that way.
Right,
It's
right,
how I was
right.
raised. The reality is that, you know, I was driving my dad to the hospital. He was like getting one of his cancer treatments. Communicate in a way that's liberal truths with a lot more of a clear mind, rather than allowing it to be polluted by by people that I think want to hurt us.
Yes. People who want to silence him from being a complete Nazi.
Put us in a position that is not advantageous. And that's the reason why I communicate the way that I do. It is hopefully to normalize this type of language.
He doesn't want to minimalize his Nazi rhetoric. You know, just he would be sacrificing himself, chat. He would be sacrificing part of himself if he just, you know, didn't advocate for the most Nazi shit I've ever heard of.
And for people to see things for what they are rather than what they want them to be. And I think that's for better and for worse. So that's the reason why I talk the way that I do. I'm not sorry. It's probably not going to have to. It's probably not going to stop. I might try to. I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get
getting to him, Chad.
You know, contrary to popular belief, it's great to have a vacation, but I don't want to have them all the time. And so, you know, that's pretty much where things stand.
Take a vacation and get some mental health. Go to a therapist. Anything. Get help, dude. Like, seriously, that's my reasoning. That's my opinion. Get help, dude.
And I think it enables human trafficking the moment that you capitulate to that type of emotional blackmail. So that's really the way that I feel. And I know this might be a harsh opinion. It might not be something that everybody agrees with, but I think it is the ethically correct thing to do, given the you know, the implications of doing otherwise. So anyway,
this is like if Asmongold was born in the 1920s. And he was there for he would be fucking Hitler's fucking first in command, dude. This is literally, I've never heard a more proud Nazi in my life.
Now, what's going to happen now? At least I'll probably file an appeal in a day or so.
In the Twitch world.
I can get unsuspended
in
earlier.
2026.
I don't really know. I'll probably, I can try to, like, I wish I could just talk to them. It's really funny. So, like, Twitch emails me, and they say, like, by the way, I actually don't even know this is why I got banned. Twitch has never communicated. And it's like, oh my god, this is, you know, like, am I dying, right? Is this happening?
Well,
and so that
kind of
like 10 hours yesterday.
Wish your ass was bleeding a little more, Asmongold, after this video, TBH.
Yesterday, so I'm in kind of good mood right now. And so, yeah, anyway, that's pretty much what the plan
sorry,
is.
not sorry, I guess. Asmongold 2026.
I'll be back, and yeah, see you next time. But anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching and sticking around this long. Sorry it's such a long video. There's a lot to talk about and a lot that's happened. So yeah, that's the way I feel. That's where I'm at. That's what's going on. And I'll see you guys very soon. So until next time, boys. Peace. See ya.
All right. Well, that was wow. That was something. Anyway, that might be it for the React segment. Maybe we're gonna take a hydration break. I'm gonna try to set up my wireless controller and we'll get into some gaming. Does that sound good, chat? Game for a couple hours. But yeah. Oh my god, everybody. Perhaps the longest hydration break in human history has ever been recorded on stream. I don't know how long that was. I think it was probably like 2 hours of hydration break. But honestly, I was getting a lot of shit done, dude. You know, at some point during the day, I just decided, I don't know, yeah, a couple hours ago, hey, I need to shave. You see I'm clean shaven now compared to the last time I appeared on stream. Hair is still awful. I actually just sold one of my own microphones on Facebook Marketplace to some guy, so that's plus $60 right there, chat. And apparently this guy was another streamer. Apparently he was another fellow Twitch user, so shout out to that Twitch streamer, fellow struggling Twitch streamer. Hopefully one of us makes it. Hey, buddy. But he gave me $60 for a microphone that I bought, and then I bought another microphone because I was like super high and so anal about audio quality that I was like, I have to just try this other mic, which is this mic, which I have now. And I haven't touched that other mic since. So plus 60, I originally bought it for, I guess, around $100. I got it above half of its value back. I'm fucking fine with that because I'm never gonna touch it again. Out of my hands, out of my life, out of my fucking problem. Now it's not cluttering up my fucking room, my space. I don't just sit there and look at it like, oh right, I have this fucking microphone still in its box. Anyway, W-Mans, I told him the USB-C cord was missing. It's just a normal USB-C, like most USB microphones, right? So he shouldn't have any problem. But anyway, welcome, boys, to Elden Ring. The first gameplay series of Elden Ring is upon us. Are you ready? Because I'm not. I am a complete and utter noob when it comes to Elden Ring. I have no idea what to do. I have no idea what mages are good, what class is good. Ooh, okay, here we go. We're not gonna do level 1 because I'm not a pussy, okay? I know this game's extremely hard, and if I start at level 1, it's basically a lock that this series goes on for the next 5 years. So, in order to save ourselves like at least 1 year of my life, I will pick a class of somewhat of stature. I don't know. Anyway, what should we do? I was thinking, I don't know what hero does, but I like his stats. Like strength and endurance pretty high, vigor, health is up. A bandit seems pretty cool because you start with a bow, an arrow, shield, and a dagger, which seems pretty fucking RP, like OP. Arcane is also 14. Which, what is arcane? Is that magic? I'm kind of liking the bandit build, dude. I'm kind of liking it. I'm looking at it like it's kind of like arcane, dexterity, vigor's fine. We can level that up. Mind, endurance, pretty good. But what is arcane? I don't understand what arcane is. I just exited the game. I'm just going bandit, dude. I'm just gonna send it. This is my playthrough. We're just gonna send it. My name. Oh, I have to enter it on the keyboard. My name is going to be Vlad. Ringkov. Vlad Eldenkov. I like Eldenkov. That's pretty dope. Enter. Vlad Eldenkov, baby. Enters chat. Body type A, young, yup. Origin, bandit, keepsake. Now, what should our keepsake be? I hear that stone sword key is basically top. But I don't know where to, like, I don't know. Increase maximum HP doesn't seem too bad for a bandit build. Stupid. Sacred flasks. Ashes are said to hold spirits within. Interesting. Oh, just a pot. Stupid. No, we're taking the stone sword key. Base template. I mean, we have to go with a little bit of, you know, pizzazz here. All right, this guy definitely looks like a Vladimir to me. We're gonna make him a little more detailed. We want him young. Young voice 1, whatever that means. Gonna make him super pale like me. That's about right. All right, chat. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, I think number 1's a Vlad face for sure. Form emphasis. I don't know. I can't even tell what this is doing. Oh, now I can. Oh my lord. There, yeah, there we go. Just a slight emphasis. Apparent age. Apparent age is crazy. I am not that old. Believe it or not, we're a young lad. We're about 20 years old, give or take. Honestly, let's just bump that up to 30. Facial aesthetic. Feminine. I want full masculine. Oh, look at that. So big cheeks are feminine? Oh, super masculine. We are super masculine. All right, that works for me. Get the super masculine shit all the way in here. Yeah, oh, yeah. Do we have the narrowest nose ever? Okay, now. I think we definitely need a wider face, so I'll definitely take this big nose here. Just kind of like adjust our eyebrows. Go right about here. Face protrusion. Nah. Oh, we're just skin tight. We're just skeleton like. I think we can have a little bit, you know, a little meat on the bone. I feel like it's just making my face bigger or smaller. Like every time. That's just me. There we go. Concerned look. Oh yeah, we gotta go with the grin, baby. Look at that. Oh fuck yeah. All right. Okay. I can't do this for every single one, right? Hair. Check our hair out. Oh yeah. It's the most important part. Kind of like this. I know it might be cultural appropriation or whatever you call it, but it's a video game. And I'll rock any hairstyle I want. I'll be a bald if I want to. Bald doesn't look too bad on us, but we're not a bald bandit. Not the playthrough we're going for. Do we have any other... I mean, this ain't bad. This is kind of bandit-esque, right? Oh, this is like Thor almost. I think this right here. Hair color. Oh yeah. Adjust color. Yeah, can I switch the presets? Hello? Oh boy. I don't mind like a platinum look, you know? Like that. That looks pretty ghostly, right? Luster? Oh, we want a strong luster. Very strong luster. Root darkness. Okay. Luster on my hair. The root darkness. Nah, we want like super light, like we're like a god or something. Light hairs. Abundant? No, we're not like a super old. Sparse. We're a young lad out here. Eyebrow 4 ain't doing it for me. Don't mind those eyebrows. Those are kind of like Vladimir eyebrows, don't you think, chat? We can just make our eyebrows a single color of their own. This is amazing. I'll just keep it match hair color. Yeah. Facial hair. I love all the features, dude. I'm gonna spend an hour just creating my fucking character. Oh yeah, the chops. This is what we want. Eyelashes 3. We have some pretty deep eyelashes in real life. Not that it matters at this point, that this is like eyelash color. It should also be pure gold, baby. My iris color should be like, what do we do, chat? Black? No, just like red, just pure, you know. Although the emerald green, like teal, like something like this looks pretty dope. Like some like this. These are the inside of my eyes. Yeah, just make it all, you know, the same. Anyway, skin features. Eyeliner, lipstick, no. Tattoos. Oh yeah, baby. We want a big old scar right down our forehead. And obviously it's gonna be like, you know, something crazy, like, yeah, like we're magic or some shit, you know, because we are magic. Just pink, just pure pink, right through my skull, baby. Eye patch. Why would I ever go for the eye patch, honestly? Covers up my beautiful eyes. Eye patch color, get out of here. Similar face. I like changing the face presets because I think I fucked mine. That doesn't look too bad. I'm ready, dude. Alter body? Fuck that. Save to favorites. Save. Overwrite favorite slot? Yes. Oh, here are my other characters. Yes. How do I continue? Oh, wait, how do I, like, actually, how do I continue? Oh, finish. Yeah, baby. Look at that. I kind of look like a girl, but they would never recognize. Starting, yes, but they would never recognize I'm the baddest bandit slayer of all time. Now, honestly, I've never played Elden Ring. I'm a complete noob. What's inspired me to play this Elden Ring Let's Play, you may ask? I won't talk during the cutscene. This is lore. Listen up.
Tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered.
That's coming to me, baby.
In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
Oh god, I don't want to go there. Ooh, hello.
Now, Queen Marika
the
Eternal is nowhere to be found.
Well, she's not there very eternal then, is she?
And in the night of the Black Knives.
Oh, right in the back.
When the Golden was first.
The Night of the Black Knives. Wow, what a Caesar Shakespearean assassination.
Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
Shit.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering.
The shattering.
A war from which no lord arose.
Oh, I just sneezed so hard. That bitch looks cool.
A war leading to a
My Xbox controller is now connected. It came up 2 times.
Oh, rise now, ye
Tarnished!
Ye dead.
Oh! I am dead, but yet live.
Call of long lost grace speaks to us all.
Oh, doesn't it? Oh, baby, I'm getting chills right now, chat. Cinema. Chills.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands.
Oh my god.
The ever brilliant Gold Mask.
Gold Mask.
Fear, the deathbed companion.
Oh no.
The loathsome Dung Eater.
Oh, the Dung Eater.
And Sir Gideon Othniel. The all-knowing.
Is that where the Elden Ring is? Right in his heart. The line was shining on it, chat. Could you imagine if that was actually accurate and I just predicted that out of fucking straight up nowhere? I have 2 hours of game played in this game, and I loaded up and rage quit and never touched it again.
A tarnished of no renown.
This is the no-hit run, chat.
Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring.
Got it. Pretty simple. You got that down? Cross the land of the fog into the Elden Ring.
Come, the Elden Lord.
Oh my god, this is such a dope intro, dude. This is a 10 out of 10 intro. I want to be the Elden Lord. I actually got chills. I'm not even kidding. Oh, that may be kind of lame. This is my first time playing on controller, by the way, because I'm a noob. Not how you do it. Okay, I understand. So why is to interact? Why is my controller disconnecting and reconnecting? Is my battery already dead, dude? We just started. Hello? Look at this dude fucking dabbing on me. Yeah, my controller died, dude. Fucking dab on me. All right. We're back. Hold up, we're back right now? Oh, we're so back. Let's go. How's the audio guys sounding, chat? Watch someone's blood stain? No thanks. We're trying to go through a sanitation playthrough. That's not how you sprint. That's a dodge. How do you sprint? Pulling down every button. Is it the analog stick? No. Wait, how do you... Oh. It's all coming back to me, chat. Oh, it's coming back to me. I have literally all I've done in this game. It's sad. I enter the game, walk around probably the main area for nine hours. I said 2. I probably have like around 20 hours of just doing that, of just dying in the main area and then never coming back to the game. Oh, I'm dead. So this is the most noob fucking let's play that's gonna be out there. And you know what? That's perfectly fine with me. You know why? Let's see if anyone actually texted me on Facebook Marketplace. See if I can get some more money today, huh? Some more money, chat? I'm gonna become a fucking flipper, chat. That's what I'm determined. No one's messaged me. I'm so immersed right now. Immersed. This is where bandits find themselves, man. I'm sorry, but bandits are the baddest of the bunch. And that's why we decided to become one, because we are the baddest of them all. Hello, horsey.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side.
I mean, I've rage quit this game like 15 times, and I've never gotten probably more than 10% through the game. So, sure, let's keep saying Fortune's on my side, though.
One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
It's pretty rude. One of my kind. Are you saying noobs?
Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
The Golden Order. Yeah, I'm a revolutionary. I'm a little bit of a big deal. You know? I'm not in line for the throne, but I'm coming to take it, you know? Oh, we all been here, chat, haven't we? Face down, drunk, in the middle of a muddy puddle. I'm just adding the drunk part. Flask of Crimson Tears, now available. I would go through a tutorial Cave of Knowledge, but I'm pretty... How do I exit? I am pretty knowledgeable. Look at that. That's knowledge right there. So is this. So is that. Boom. No, I'm good. I don't need no knowledge. No notes. Can't be that hard. If anything, I'll just look at the fucking controls, bro, you know? If I get really fucking confused. Hello, sir. Now, I have a stone sword key. I think I can use it here. Examine? Not what I wanted to do. Use stone sword key? No. 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 Now it would open this area, right? Is it worth going in this area right away? You know what I'm saying? Is it worth it? Huh. Is that the whole point of getting the stone sword key? Or maybe I'm wasting it. But why would I ever come back to the main part of the building? Like, why would I ever come back to the start area? Like, actually. I'm gonna use it. I don't care. This is my Let's Play, chat. I'm using it. Lock me in. Alright, so now we don't have a stone sword key. Can I not? There you go. I don't know if that does anything for me. What is this? Time for think carefully. Okay, time to think carefully. That's what we do, chat. We think with our brain. All we do is think. I feel like someone's gonna pop out at me, right? Where you at? I hear you. I'm poisoned now? This is the worst decision of my life. Hey, don't worry, we can make it. I'm just gonna run through. Oh my. Go, 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 go. Grab this. Poison dart, all mine. Right here, baby, right in here. We're safe. Oh, see you later. Oh. I thought this guy was a ghost. Oh. Oh no, I'm so garbage. Okay. I can run through that poison without dying. I'm an idiot. That's the first death, by the way. Should we make a counter? We should make a counter, shouldn't we? It's not that hard to do. Text. Where's a text? Add text. Deaths. 1. There we go. The first death, chat. It's official. You like that? Alignment center. I don't know. Outline? Select color. There we go. Gotta get that stroke going, you know? Catalog mode. I don't know what that means. All right, Des 1. Okay. Every time that we die, I will update this thing. Okay. Back onto the Let's Play. All right. Let's go back. We can definitely do this. Go, 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 go. Yep. Now just sit here and we're good. I don't know if I'm gonna make this. I'm not gonna make it now at this point. We're gonna wait. Get that poison off. Yup. Oh. That's bullshit. Bro, I got fucking glitched through the wall killed. That's my second death. Wow. How can I edit this quickly? Great. Great news, chat. Now I need an automatic counter is what I'm realizing. But for right now, we're just gonna have to make do with what we got. We'll set it up for the next stream. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I haven't gotten any sleep today. Give me a break. Stand all the way back fucking here, dude. I'm not going anywhere near that shit now. Go, go, go. There we go. Saved. You better not fucking. Now I'm scared of getting wall glitched. Get cooked, son. You're just gonna get absolutely just, yeah, over and over again. What was that? Oh! Oh my god, die. What? That's some bullshit. Die? Oh, okay. Let's drink this real quick. Oh my god, we fucking made it. Oh my god, we fucking made it. Oh my god, is it gonna... Oh! No. Oh my god, I was like, don't tell me it comes all the way down here. There's tracks down here, so I'm just waiting. You know? Like, I'm not too ready to just let it go like this. Yup. See? That is fucked up, dude. I knew it was coming for my ass. Oh god, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, I got my gold runes, so I got 5 gold runes. Hey, that's worth, man. Oh my god. How do I get down there? Okay, we're gonna move on. Should we move on though? Nah, yeah, we're just gonna move on for now. We're gonna move on for now. If it's really worth, let me know. We'll go back, but I just want to keep the Let's Play going here for right now. We'll come back to it. We don't have to. This game is as open world as it gets. We can go anywhere we want, baby. Be anything we want, right? That's what I was told when I was a kid. Now it's finally coming true. Also, was that 3 deaths? I don't know. I think so. I can't do counting at this point. Let's just delete it. I'm just getting rid of it. I can't keep up with it, chat. I'm sorry. It's never gonna happen. I'd rather just be honest with you than break your heart later, you know? That's what the pros always do. That was the right move. All right, grace exists to guide the tarnished. All right, their gold rays will lead me. All right, hello, sir. The map. Use your map to check your position as well as the terrain. Update my map with new map fragments. Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we?
Yep.
Come to the lands
The very.
Elden Ring. Hmm?
Well.
Of course you have. No shame in
Yeah,
it.
you know me.
Fortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Without guidance, without the strength of runes.
Is it that obvious?
Invitation to the round table hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity.
Well, that's hey.
Luckily for you, however,
That's a lot of us.
there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me, Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you, Tarnished.
Yes, I do.
Also behold its
That just popped up on my tutorial. God, I'm hot as fuck, dude. It's so hot in my house, so humid.
That is the guidance of grace, a path that a Tarnished must travel.
Oh, I want to go up there. Is that possible?
Grace's
How beautiful it is.
holds the answers. It will lead you, Tarnished, to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave.
Hey, any more you want to do?
Grace's guidance will reveal the path to Castle Stormvale, over on the cliff.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
The decrepit demigod, Godric the Drafted.
Ah.
It's time you set off, I should think, to Castle Stormvale on the cliff, where grace would guide you, if you seek the Elden Ring, maidenless as you are.
All right, well, I guess I'm on my way out then. Thank you. W guide, although he didn't have to, like, tell me I'm just straight up maidenless like that. It's pretty rude. What else can I loot around here? You're the first on my fucking target list. Oh. That's pretty brutal, hey? Just straight up, just the running shank. And another running shank. Oh my god, it's amazing. Any goodies up here? Okay, I see some goodies. What are these? Rune fragments. Are these worth anything? Guess we'll find out. No shinies over here. Nothing looking a little sussy, suspicious. This looks a little sus. Doesn't it? Okay, nothing's up here. You know, it's worth a shot. You know, sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss, chat. That's life. And when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, as they say. Or you sell that lemonade for a profit because you dilute it with water, so you're able to make a lot more lemonade. Genius. Anyway, I thought there'd be some more rune fragments over here. Still learning the controls, apparently. Oh, hello. Strengthening armaments. At the smithing table, you can spend runes and smithing stones to strengthen my armaments. Where in the lands between, you may meet a blacksmith who can make your armaments even stronger. Give me that. All right, there's a grace over here. Armament table. Things are looking up, chat. Fast travel to sites of grace, amazing news. We love a fast travel. We love games with fast travel. Hello, sir.
I can see it.
And you're like Santa Claus?
That you're not after my throat.
Oh, well, you know, the outfit might say otherwise.
I am Carney.
Can I kill this guy? What'd you just say?
I am of a nomadic people.
Oh, me too, dude.
I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer.
Purchase shop menu. With a shop menu, I can spend runes, purchase items. I can also sell items for runes. Merchants stock different shit. Hey, can't afford shit right now. Sell? How about I sell my rune fragments I just picked up for $20? No, thank you. Recommendation.
If you can spare the runes, you should buy yourself a crafting kit.
Okay.
The crafting kit is essential. The kit costs a bundle, but the important thing is that you survive.
Right. Well, the thing is, I have no fucking money. So that's a big problem for me. You know, that's gonna be one of those things that really hold me down in life. All right, do these things have anything? I know if they glow, they do, right? No, that's a little tip. I'm just looking for someone to fight, dude. I need to farm. Oh, here we go. Oh. You guys are done. Oh, I got my bow out. Just shoot him. You're dead. You're dead. Talk about hunting huntsman. Get cooked. Guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. For those returning to the roots, like a farm of some kind. Oh, you're dead. Only have 28 arrows. Maybe I should save them and not kill just every bird I see. We have 18 runes though. We're gonna go over to the roots thing. I don't want to fall and die just yet. Do I look stupid running with my bow out? A little bit. Anything I can pick up around here? Any goodies? Just spamming the button to hope I pick up some secrets? Could you imagine in this Let's Play I pick up a secret nobody's ever found? Could you imagine? Oh, yes. Give me all the rune fragments that have ever spawned. Okay, I was like, is my cat like jumping somewhere? I heard something banging. He's literally right below me, about to get his fucking tail nipped if I move my chair an inch. Which he's lucky I'm not that kind of gamer. Yeah, we don't need to waste ranged on these fools. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I literally just used my bow, so that tutorial is just now useless to me. Oh, he's fleeing. That's pretty sad, but I need your runes. And you were the worst one. Oh. Rune fragments. All right. That's all these guys had, I think. This looks like something, right? Birdleaf flower. That's what these guys were picking. I know your game plan. Oh, you're just... It's not even fair. Yeah, you're done. Nothing? Oh, I thought maybe I could sneak up and do a little shanky shank, but I mean I did, but I thought it'd be more animation involved. What is that over here? More birds? They'll never see it coming. It was brutal, dude. Anyway, is it lame that I'm farming these things? Is it cheating? Isn't all what good players do? Let me in here. Hello, Siri. All right, I have a seat. We literally have nothing, so I don't know what I'm looking at. Hello, good sir. A proper death means returning to the Erd tree. Have patience until the time comes and the roots call to you. Okay. Oh, hello. Let me get this bow out real quick. Oh, hello? Oh, you're done. Hello? Shoot him. You're done. Oh. Oh. Oh, I suck. Oh. Oh my god, dude. I'm just gonna sit here and eat it. That's crazy. Oh my god, I keep hitting the wrong button. You're done. You're done, kid. Really? You're serious right now. Okay. All right, this calls for some drastic measures. Oh my god. This guy is still trying to kill me. Oh, I was so close. Ah. I can't believe I whiffed that many times. How come I wasn't just shooting him like normal, like the last time? I don't understand. What was going on there? Like, I don't like this shit. Like, what the fuck? Oh, there we go. Oh, you're cooked now. Oh yeah, you're done. Oh, you're so done. How did I miss that? Okay, now there's a piece of shit over here. Oh, my bad. Almost hit you with the shield there. Didn't mean to. Oh, get absolutely cooked. Chopped and spaghettied. I need to make more arrows. Give me those runes. My well-earned runes. Nothing else in here, right? All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Hello? Don't mind if I do. I'm never calling in any multiplayer help, by the way. I'm too good. It's hard to admit when you're too good for that. It comes across as kind of like, oh, you think like you're better than most people who play the game. Not true. I'm not a pussy. How come I can't lock onto the target? Hello, game? What is wrong with my controller? Hello? My controller's not even working. Hello? Now it's working. Why is it taking forever to respawn? What the hell was that? Ugh. Yeah, hit me. Oh, you're so lucky. Oh, you're getting chopped up. Oh. That's not fair. He's got aerial fucking support, dude. A forked hatchet. It was all worth it. Is that the only piece of shit up here? Just come down and attack me, dude. You're gonna attack me, just attack me. Okay, pretty rude, but I understand. Yeah, get absolutely cooked. That's the move, right? Just the slash and slash and slash. All right, we gotta get ready here. We gotta get ready to go here. Go, 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 go. Oh, baby. Boink. Oh, I fucked it already. You think I can arrow shoot that? To stop? You stop it right now. Oh my god, no way. I'm a genius. I didn't think that was gonna work. I thought it was gonna cheese me. You're cooked. Oh my god, what the hell just happened? I thought it closed, dude. I must have hit it again or something, right? That must be it. Not going in that room. Cleared that. I'm going fucking straight for my rooms. The accumulation of this, killing all these things. I'll have to take out this piece of shit. You're done. You're absolutely done. There's no way you're ever coming back. Ever in your whole life. Can we just ignore this dude? Nice. Oh. Here, we're gonna pull out the bow again. There it is. I do want to check out what's in this room. These things are just fucking attached to the walls, man. Like, there's no fucking... Can I craft anything? No, I can't craft shit. You're done. Oop. Headshot. Okay, that really hurt. They kind of hit like I do, in a way. In this weird, horrific way. Oh my god, is that 3 of them right there? 4 of them? You're trolling me, game. I have no arrows either. Think I can do it, chat? Think I can just go all in? Yeah, any of the other ones fucking get up? Their boy's getting smoked over here. None of them even moved. I wish I had any throwable. Bro, none of those other fucks are moving. Yeah, come at me. Get cooked. Stab you right in the heart. Right through the heart. Alright, I can just grab these things and peace out then. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay. Ah! Okay, my first 2v1. I'm gonna die. Oh, man. God damn it. I picked up those things. God, I suck. If I had arrows, if I had not wasted my arrows. Bros, this is one of the beginner dungeons, man. This is gonna be a rough series, boys. It's gonna be a rough series. And I'm here for it. Again, I don't think I ever finished the thought of why I started this series, so I will. Anyway, I'm starting this series because I don't finish video games. And I thought, you know what? Before I fucking play any more gaming series, I am going to do one of the, you know, play one of the best games of all time, Elden Ring. And it's one of the most difficult games of all time. So maybe it's not one of the most difficult games of all time, but it doesn't have a difficulty setting, right? It's notorious for just, Dark Souls is just notorious for being that game, right? But I am notorious for quitting games, not finishing, you know, and that's not good enough for me. You know, we can't be known as that guy who doesn't finish, or who finishes last, or both. But that's what it's usually been like. So I am not playing any other series until I complete this fucking series, and I am the Elden Lord. Okay? Until the Elden Lord has been crowned. And it is the... Oh, you're just getting chopped up all day, dude. No one can save you. Except maybe that guy. Oh, yep. Hit him again. Hit him where it hurts. Okay. It's all about timing, right? When I panic, I'm dead. You can't never panic. You're in control. You're the main character. In real life and in the video game. Yeah. You're all dead. I don't even care. Yup. Mammy? Yup, take some of that. Sit down, son. I'm gonna stab you right through your fucking heart cavity. And then I'm gonna be invincible because I'm God mode in that animation stun lock. Oh, you thought you were gonna get the knife off. Almost. Oh, not quite. Not quite, buddy. Another forked hatchet. Is that our second forked hatchet? Summoning spirits. Yes, with a spirit calling bell, I can use ashes to summon spirits. Yay. I don't know why it's so satisfying to do that, but I love it. I just wish there would be more stuff to come out of it, you know? Alright, let's drink my crimson glass, and then now it's boss time, right? Because this is one of the only caves, dungeons I've ever really cleared in the game, which I know is just horrifically sad. Should I be going back up there? Oh, I have to pull a stupid lever. I fucking fucked it. I know there's a lever up here I have to pull. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. My bad. You know, shit happens, right? It happens. That's the motto. Is shit happens. Okay, now we're gonna drop. Drop. Yes, sir. And there's this piece of shit right at the end here. But I'm gonna Hold this thing right in his face. And you think I'm just gonna let you have a nice little sleep? Think again. How come my controller is literally just AFK right now? Why is it doing this? Why? What an awful time to the controller to just stop responding. Why is it doing that? Maybe I don't know, something like, I don't know, man. Battery. Maybe the battery's loose? I really have no explanation. All right. Now that door opened up the big boss door, this door. So we're gonna go back and heal, and then we're gonna go to the boss, because that's a smart move, I think. Honestly, maybe we should go back to the, get the craft thing kit before I even finish, get the boss here, you know? Like, oh, I can't fast travel here? Okay. I can fast travel outside though, right? Yes, and I'll fast travel back here just 1 second, grab the crafting kit. Maybe I can craft something to help me during this boss fight or something. And we'll be Gucci. Yeah, I was just here.
You're back. Care to buy something?
Where's that crafting kit? Crafting kit, give me. 1 crafting kit unlocked. Missionary's Cookbook. Manic Warrior's Cookbook. These any good? Throwing Daggers Telescope. Interesting. Cracked Pot. How many runes do I have? 1,200. I guess some armor or something. Okay, a larger shield could be good. A medium shield. Honestly, I'm gonna take the arrows. I'm gonna buy fucking arrows, dude. I'm buying like 35 arrows. And I'll sell.
I'm glad you took my warning to heart.
Ah, thank you.
You made an excellent choice.
Ah, I think so, because it unlocks this thing in my item inventory, right? Oh, just fucking move way past that. Okay, so I can craft. I don't have any cracked pots. I could buy some of those pots. The fuck is this? Okay, how about I get that pot from you, buddy, real fast? Yeah, I'll just grab one of these bad boys. And then we're just gonna head right on back here. And then we will fight this kitty boss, one of the only bosses I can confidently fight, but it's the start of the game. And, you know, it's a journey, okay? We're gonna clear probably one boss today, but no, that can't be true. Maybe. We'll see where the fucking, where we go from here, how good we continue the start of our Let's Play here. But I'm ready. Bring it on. Right here. Boom. Oh, what am I doing? What are you doing? Oh! Hold up. Hold up, hold up. Lord have mercy. Oh boy. How come I can't? Hold up now. I can't pause. I know I can't pause. Oh, you think you're gonna get me with this one, buddy? What the fuck? That's AI. That's fucking hacks. How do you hit me? You got fucking lock on target. Not that I do. Oh, you missed. Oh, missed again. Oh, God. Whoa, okay, that's new. Oh, yep, I deserve that one. Yoink. Hit you there, hit you again. Oh, my God. Nope. Ah, Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, I suck so bad. Hit the guy. Oh, you know you're feeling that one. Oh, you know you're feeling that one. Hey, this is the time. No, it's not. I'm such an idiot. How come my fucking arrows weren't equipped, dude? How come? What the fuck is that in the second slot, dude? Bullshit. Okay. Hold up now. Here we go, finally. Equip, yes. What the fuck is this? What? Okay. Here we go. I'm going to engage noble warriors and also this thing, poison darts. All right, we should be good to go now. That was embarrassing. Don't worry, we're not gonna lose, Chad. Not this time. Yup. Hope you're ready for that one. Eat it. Eat it. Okay, no, I'll eat it, I guess. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. Ah! Oh my God, I suck. I hit the wrong button. So salty. This game... What's even worse is like this is like the beginner boss, right? And it's like I've already died twice to him, and I lost my runes. Feels bad. All right, hold up now. We're just gonna go item crafting. Craft this real quick. Equip. Didn't even fucking equip none of my. Didn't even spawn in any of my shit. All right. How do I throw these, by the way? I have no idea. I'm an idiot. Oh my God. Get cooked. Long range. Oh boy. Long range. Why? Right in your face. No! Ah! Again? I'm dead. No! Please. Right in your face. Right in your face again. Just block this. Nope. Bro, sometimes I just panic and I have no idea what button even works anymore. What button does what? When that happens, I just have to, just sit back, play your game, let the game come to you. Oh my god, that was a horrific dodge. Oh my god. Ah. Bro, I can't. See, how come I don't do that more often? Eat it. Also, this is totally not a watchdog, by the way. What kind of watchdog looks like this? Bro, what am I doing? Yeah, I actually need to look at the controls real quick. How do I throw stuff? I'll use item. Okay, yeah. I'm an idiot, by the way. Because, yeah, I just use these items. Okay. Hey, I suck. I don't know why I have, like the worst Elden Ring player fucking knowledge on the face of the earth. Probably because I know absolutely nothing about this game, but aside, we're gonna throw those and just start poison them. Lock them up with the poison. Gonna hit him with one of these. Again, real quick. Gonna get a little farther away here. Line up those, full power shots. Dodged. I'm almost out of arrows already. Oh, you want to play with fire? Eat that. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm the worst player of all time. I literally just threw that. This is pain, dude. I can't believe. Oh, dude. I'm already ready. Oh, this is why, chat. This is why this series needs to be done. Because I can no longer be a little baby bitch when it comes to video games. Listen, all well and fun when the game's going your way, having a good time. But where's the challenge? I only get rewarded with drink after I win. How about that? Right in your face. Right in your tummy. Right in your face. Right in your face again. I really wish I had more arrows. I hit a freaking wall with that, dude. That's absolutely bullshit, and you know it. Come at me. Like what? How can he just absorb that? Oh my god. What am I doing? Looking at chat with nobody in it. What am I actually doing? Hydration break. This is awful, dude. All right. I may have rage quit a little bit. We're back from a quick hydration break. How does it not do anything? I can maybe get inside there. Like, how does that not hurt him? Oh boy. Oh, got greedy. Right in your stupid face. Oh. That was dumb. That was even worse. That's crazy. Well, I know that move's not to be fucked with. Oh. Yeah, bring your stupid face again. Holy fuck. Woo. Oh, that still took away some of my health. Holy Lord have mercy. I'm dead. Oh, you almost got me there. Oh. I didn't have enough health to take that blow with my stamina. Fuck. Pretty much just got me clean. I'm not sure. I was holding the block button. I am proud of that run, all right? No matter what happened. Grab one more of these. This is like low-key embarrassing, but I don't really care at this point. Whatever it takes to win, you know what I'm saying? Alright, we got it this time, guys. Surely. Imagine how much harder this would be if I was level 1 with like a club. Oh, I'd never make it. I'll make sure I get these runes out. Yep. Catch that. Catch those too. Yep, catch some of these. Oh, what are you doing checking your pockets right now? Oh, good block, good block, good block, good block. Block him again. Oh. Block him again. Dodged. Okay. Good move. You know, well played. I don't know why I'm crouching. Gripping my controller a little too tight. Nervous. Oh boy. Yeah, come at me. No thanks. Oh, dude, that is low. That's low even for you. Come on, do something. Okay. Now I can get one stab in here. Maybe two. Maybe three. I got greedy. Alright. Hey, come at me. I mean, you tried. I don't know why I'm talking shit to someone who just killed me like 5 times. I'm not scared of you. Not anymore. How come that doesn't hit him where it hurts? Where I want it to hurt? I don't care what. That was the worst wind up ever. Why would I ever wind up for a shot like that ever again in my life? That is absolute bullshit, and you know it, game. You know, this is supposed to be the no-hit run, chat. Oh my god. Okay, don't panic. It's not time to panic. All right. Just get this all off me. Too many distractions. All I need is a sword and a shield. That's all I need. And a fucking dodge button. That's literally the 3 things in this game that make you win, right? You know what's killing me here? Greed. I need to learn patience. Just greedy. You know, want to get it over with. Greedy. Yeah, come at me. Oh. Alright. Hit him once. You know, just run away. Yep. Hit him right there. Yep, and just bounce. Don't even play with fire. You know. Don't even bother with it. Crouch a little bit, taunt him. That, like, I don't know how, like, what my guy is doing. Just whiffing in the middle of the air sometimes, but, you know, it's all good. That, like, what? Like, come on. Oh! I suck, dude. Why? Why, chat? Someone tell me why. I felt like I timed those perfectly, you know, honestly. Not gonna lie. Felt pretty on cue for me, but, you know, it is what it is. The game glitches sometimes, it happens. See, just like right there, you know, I didn't press no button. Alright. Enough is enough here. Yup. And then you're out. Hey, you can go for one. Yeah, just go for one. Just go. I'm gripping my controller too hard, dude. I'm crouching like a maniac. I have lost all confidence. Yep, come here. Oh, blocked. Okay, at least I hit him for 30 damage. We're just gonna greed. Oh, if I had hit that, okay, I dodged a little late there, I will admit. Yeah, you know what? We don't play with fire. We don't play with fire. I know I can get one hit off, but hey, I'm trying to not get greedy. And if he's spinning, just rotating his ass at me, I know I'm gonna get greedy. Should I really use my shield more? Oh God, Lord have mercy. Dodged. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that even kills me, to be honest. I felt like I'm so far away from his butt. His butt pound kills me for half HP on the ground. That's what we're talking about. Half HP. And I wasn't even near him. It's his shockwave that killed me for half HP. Is that like, we're being for real? Okay, anyway. I don't know how many deaths this is, but it's probably like at least 15 by now. Thank you for the follow, L. More Pecco. I don't suck. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, but a little bit. No, I have an app in my OBS. I'm not sure if the chat's super delayed or not, because it's supposed to be like a multi-chat thing. So I have no idea when that message was ever sent. I hope you're here, buddy. Oh, yes, use the pillars. Obviously, use the environment. Oh, Eureka. Maybe instead of not going for the double blow there, go for one blow and one dodge. Okay. Again, got a little greedy. Fine. Little greedy. Do we have any fire? We have no fire. What a shame. I should have crafted that earlier. I thought I was dead right there. Oh, I am crouching like a maniac. My L3 fucking toggle has never been more sensitive than right now. Pick up those 0 runes just to taunt him. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god. Oh my god, I spammed that. Oops. Oh, I thought I was so dead. Oh my Lord, have mercy. Alright, yeah, you know what? Yeah, game doesn't pause. I was like, can I craft a pot within 10 seconds? Huh. Oh boy. I get so greedy under his ass, man. Under his asshole is so beautiful. I don't know why. I just love looking at it. Got a question for me? Would you rather be a giant ant? Would you rather be a giant or an ant-sized person? A giant or an ant-sized person? Man, I feel like being... What is a giant? Define giant, because is Shaq giantism? Or like, are we talking bigger than Shaq? Are we talking like 11 feet tall? Because being an ant, man, I mean, I guess I would still be human. I would be the size of an ant. Ooh, can't imagine I would get any sexual gratification out of being an ant-sized human, right? I feel like every sort of physical interaction is potentially life-threatening. Who am I gonna date? Other ants? 50 feet? 50 feet is insane. That's like taller than some buildings. Some apartment buildings. That can't be true. 50 feet, 3 stories tall? No way. 50 feet... That's never been done. That's impossible. The biggest man in the world, wasn't he like... I don't know. Wasn't he like 11 feet or something? I'm thinking like 7'11". Right? That sounds about right. Oh my lord. Oh, no, don't pierce me, please. Yup. See, I just hit him right in the nothing zone every time. Oh, get blocked, son. We have done no damage, and I feel like we've been here almost in forever at this point. Oh, what a save of a block. Okay. Please, we got this time. I'm all over him. I don't know. I feel like I'd probably still rather be a giant person, to be honest. I feel like if I don't get drafted into the military, I could just be in the NBA and make like the most insane amount of money. And if I just learn how to dribble, it's over. It's over for everyone in the NBA. We're talking greatest point scorer of all time. Probably like 5 championships all in a row. I'll just stand in front of the net and you just gotta pass it to me. I'll just have my hands over the hoop. Oh, that was close. Oh, I missed my chance. I missed my opportunity. It's his butt cheeks, man. His butt's so sensitive. I don't know why his sword and forearm is like impenetrable. Oh, got a little greedy there. Oh, good block. I'm all over him, chat. Oh my god. No, don't throw. No. Please, for the love of God. Oh my Lord, have mercy. I did not think he would do that much damage. Wow. If I go to a fantasy world to be a giant. Not a fantasy we talking about. Talking like anime land, then it's not that fun. If there's other giants around and I'm like a normal guy, then the butt smash every time, dude. God. Oh my. This is can't. It's just we're so close. Should we craft an item? I just remembered. We have no pots remaining. It's over. We have absolutely nothing. Just our wits and our armor, boys. I'm like in Harry Potter and I'm a giant. I don't know. I still feel like my giantism is gonna be taken by some sort of military, some sort of government, who's ever in charge is just gonna draft me or something. Like I'm just gonna be like a huge human shield. I don't know. Get cooked. Oh, come right into this pillar, buddy. Okay. Totally missed that, but that's okay. Yup. Oh my god, I'm surprised that block got off. Holy shit. Also, have you ever played Elden Ring? I've never wanted to be a giant in my whole life, man. I can tell you that. Or an Ant-Man. Ant-Man a little more because it's like you're a superhero, you think, right? So there's a little more like, I could be Ant-Man or like, you know, Aquaman or something. But name one giant that's popular. Name one giant. Besides like the Goliath guy. Get away from me. That was horribly timed. Woo. Slice them up. Slice them up. Right there. Yes. Right again. Well, that's some good damage. That was 82 and fucking 50. Lord have mercy. Okay. All right, buddy. Calm it down. I didn't expect that one. Play that much. All right, come at me. Come at me, just do it. He's just spamming that because he knows I die to it. He's just spamming it. No, there's no way I hit that and then it almost kills me. Slice and dice them. Please no, please God. No thank you. Missed? You missed also. We're even. Oh my lord. Get him once. Just get him with the one. No, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way in hell. I hate this game. I fucking can't believe. I can't believe I'm still here. Like I'm able to kill this motherfucker. It's just me. It's just that I suck. That's all. That's all it is. Just that I how many arrows do I have? One pathetic arrow. All right, I'm ready for you. I'm ready. Yep, hit you with one of these right away. Yep, again. We'll do this all night. Okay, that was a free one. You get that one for free. Yep. Okay, that was good. That was nice. Don't hate that. Pick that up. Just for the training later. I have to pick up all my runes during a boss battle. Like 20k runes. Yup. Yup. I haven't hit like one crit on this guy either, by the way. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. No, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot for walking into that one. All right, all right, all right. Yup. Got you again, bitch. Got it. Oh my. I am going to poop my pants tonight. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen, chat. I'm going to shit my pants on stream. I have to end stream soon. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 40 minutes. Now, given majority of that has been hydration breaks and just me doing life stuff while I'm streaming all day in this horrible state that I'm in. So, yeah, you know. All right, one at a time here. One at a time. Yup. Get that 17 damage off. Oh yeah, missed. 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 I can't believe you. I'm not gonna talk anymore. I'm gonna do this whole fight silent. Maybe that's what's holding me back. My brain can't multitask at this moment. I haven't slept all day. I'm high. Hit the bong. There's no way. Oh. I'm an idiot, dude. Right in the butt cheek. Right in the pooper. Right in the pants. Oh my god, I am so lucky I didn't chop my head off. Please don't. Right in the butt. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy with the flame. Don't get greedy with the flame. Just run from that. Stab him in the uterus. Run from that. Stab him in the uterus. Run from that. Stab him in the uterus. Butt cheek time. Butt cheek. Butt cheek. Oh god, oh god, oh god. My stamina, my stamina. No, no, no. Butt cheek. No! God! It. I'm sorry. I lost my cool for a second. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I press RT to fucking dodge that, but I did. What am I doing? All right, chat. It's just one of those. It's just one of those things, you know. It's one of those things. It's just one of them things. It's just one of those darn things. I have so much stamina, and I feel like it doesn't matter. Don't crouch like an idiot. Why am I pressing the attack button to dodge all of a sudden? I'm an idiot. I am panicking beyond belief. Butt cheek. Another one? That's crap. You like auto aim that shit. I was full 360 around you. It cooked. I am gripping my freaking controller so hard. Little butt cheek action, little butt cheek action. Run. Just run. Just run. Oh, baby. Wow. That's crap. That's crap, and you know it. That also some bullshit. I got greedy. I got greedy again, and it's gonna be the death of me. Unless I just go no-hit the rest of the time. Lord have mercy. I feel like I'm in fucking Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final right now. This is like, I don't know at what point to just call it. I'm getting to that point where I'm like, do I just call it? But like, I know I can beat them. Whatever, dude. Just don't get hit, idiot. Nice one. I'll take it. Idiot. That's aim hacks. Another fire round, hey? I got greedy with that one. 2 is the max I'm willing to go with that. Yeah, look at that aim hacks. He fucking 360s every time. Like full 360 too. It's bullshit. That's unacceptable. But you know, we've taken worse. Oh, really? I don't know why battling near the door just seems like the worst plan ever. We are nowhere near killing this guy yet. Okay, kitty. Okay, kitty. Who's a good kitty? Oh, fire round. Yep, he's gonna AI hack. Yup. Oh my lord. Oh, my bad. No, that is some crap. That is also just absolute nonsense. I just got absolutely scammed on that, by the way. Yeah, I'm not letting you AI fucking 360 no scope me, son. Holy moly. I don't know how I don't dodge that. I'm dead. I'm the worst player to ever exist. I might be the worst player to ever. Is my Amazon here? I ordered Amazon yesterday. Hello? Yo, where's my Amazon though? That's the real question. 1 second, this is urgent. Oh, is it because my fucking card got declined? Is that why? Payment revision. Oh, I never did that. I got pee so bad though. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna pee my fucking pants. All right. Here's the deal, boys. Here's the deal. Here is the deal. The deal is I am giving this boss. Where did I put my goddamn controller? Oh, fuck, it's right here. Okay. I am giving this boss 5 more tries. Why is it like this now? Why is it fucking... I feel like I'm hearing static in my headphones a lot more. Is it lagging all of a sudden a lot more? I got my controller going, maybe? I don't know what to do, chat. I just have to go for it. I can't, you know? I mean, what is there? I could use my runes. Is that it? That's really it, right? I could use this. Boom. 1,600 runes. Not sure what that's gonna do for me, but maybe we can up our fucking health. Maybe. Oh, we can't even level up. What is wrong with me? We can't even level up. Oh my fucking god. So now we have to actually have to pick these up every time. Why is it doing this right now? Actually. I've only tabbed in and out so many times. Right? Alright. Static been there the whole time? I feel like, why? These are old ass headphones. Like I'm lagging now too? Is it just because I tabbed out? My headphones are glitching all weird. This is gonna be the worst. Like, why I'm all of a sudden dropping frames like crazy all of a sudden? Just because I tapped out. Tapped out multiple times during the stream, homie. Still not enough for you fucking get me. Nice one. Nice. We're lag switching them right here, apparently. I don't know how or why my FPS is dropping so fucking hard. Like, actually, this is insane, the amount of frames I'm dropping. What's happening right now? My whole PC is corrupt. Okay, I'm ending the fucking stream, dude. I'm ending this. Fucking 5 tries. We've been streaming for 9 hours, chat. 9 fucking hours I've been awake. And I mean, a large majority of it was me cleaning, but we got a lot of content in today, chat. I'm not gonna lie. We got a lot of content in the door today. But without further ado, that's the end of the fucking stream. I'm really disappointed in myself that I could not beat that fucking Elden Ring boss. I am still fucking mad, dude. I'm actually mad. I'm actually mad. I'm actually so. It's the beginner boss, man. I fucking would have had him if my PC one just didn't start shitting the bed all of a sudden. I really don't know what that's about. Why is my Bluetooth devices open? What? Oh, my Bluetooth. Oh, because of my controller. Oh, I thought it was getting hacked. Anyway, that's it for the 9-hour stream. Good night. Good year. Good stream to y'all. I hope to